Pleasant good afternoon, Virgin Islands. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Tuesday, April 21st, 2026 is hereby called to order. I'm Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., and I'm the chair of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. I want to say pleasant good afternoon to all present, listening and viewing. Welcome to today's meeting of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Today, the committee four bills. Stopped. First, on the agenda, the committee will hear testimony on Bill number 36-012, which relates to the retirement annuities, and Bill number 36-0238, retirement system, which also involves the government employees retirement system and would redirect hotel development bond proceeds to the system. In the second block, my colleagues and I will consider Bill number 36-0257 and Bill 36-05, which involve the transfer of property to the Virgin Islands Department of Education and a lease agreement, respectively. The public will note that we started at noon today, as opposed to our usual 10 o'clock start, and I opted for a later start to accommodate the groundbreaking ceremony for the St. Croix Central High School. I am one of the many thousands of students who have walked the halls of Central High. As a proud Carib, I look forward to the rebuild of this campus as a modern and resilient center of learning. My congratulations to Commissioner Wells Hendrington and her team at the Department of Education and all involved in moving this project closer to the finish line. Our Virgin Islands community has suffered significant losses in the last few weeks. All of these people may not be household names, but were certainly giants to all who knew and loved them. My heartfelt sympathies to the family of our cultural icon, Dr. Richard Sr., our colleague, Senator Hubert Frederick, and his family, certainly Claudia and Berlina, and the loss of his mother, Primrose Frederick Francis, Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach, and family of the loss of his sister, Violet Roach Brown. And finally, if I may ask for a moment of silence in the observation of the Senator John A. Bell Sr. Senator Bell served 6 terms beginning with the 11th legislature. He was the majority leader in the 14th legislature, the minority leader in the 16th legislature, and served as the vice president of the 17th legislature. We all stand on the shoulders of this veteran, Senator. Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Also, the Bureau of Corrections is named in his honor, the John A. Bell Senior facility. At this time, I'd like to remind everyone to put your phones on silent as to not cause any interruptions in today's meetings, and ask the Madam Clerk, please, to call the roll.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca,
I'm
present.
here.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, present. Senator Kurt A. Vele. Senator Vele, absent. Mr. Chair, 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed in reading of that correspondence.
Letter dated April 21st, 2026, addressed to Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairman, Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, VI 00820. Dear Chairman Francis, I will be late in attending the Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance meeting scheduled for today, Tuesday, April 21st, 2026, due to a prior commitment. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and look forward to participating upon my arrival. Thank you for understanding. Sincerely, Kurt Vele, Senator, 36th Legislature.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll certainly acknowledge Senator Vielle as he joined us. At this time, Madam Clerk, please read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance will meet on Tuesday, April 21st, 2026, 12 p.m. in the Fritz E. Lowitz Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix to receive testimony on the following bills. Block 1, Bill number 36-0122, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, Section 711, and Chapter 28A, Section 760, by requiring the government employees retirement system to discontinue making disability retirement annuity payments to a member who resumes any employment, sponsored by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Invited testifier, Mr. Angel E. Dawson, Jr., Administrator, CEO, Government Employees Retirement System. Bill number 36-0238, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, to redirect hotel development net bond proceeds to the Government Employees Retirement System of the Virgin Islands, sponsored by Senator A.V. L. Lewis. Invited testifiers, Angel E. Dawson, Jr., Administrator, CEO, Dennis Reimer, Esquire, Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority. Block 2, Bill number 36-0257, an act transforming the eastern portion of parcel number 2C, Estate Ross, 8 New Quarter, St. Thomas, from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to the Virgin Islands Department of Education for the use by the Charlotte High School, sponsored by Senator Avery L. Lewis. Testifiers, Honorable Dion Wells Hendrington, EDD, Commissioner, VI, Department of Education. Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VI, Department of Property and Procurement. Ms. Adrian Williams Attelin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery. Mr. Eugene Jones, Executive Director, VI Housing Finance Authority. Bill number 36-0275, an act approving the amended lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Hearts Inc. Service Association Inc. for the leasing of parcel number 175C, Estate Anna's Retreat, number 1, New Quarter, St. Thomas, for the purpose of providing programs and services to the homeless families, individuals, veterans, and at-risk youth, and the operation of a soup kitchen and other related purposes, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter, requested by the Governor. Invited testifiers, Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement. Reverend Dr. Joseph McDonald Henry, President, Hearts Inc. Service Association Inc. Ms. Beverly Stevens Samuel, Executive Director, Hearts Inc. Service Association Inc. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, we do have the individuals for Block 1 seated, and we'll just go quickly to a mic check. Executive Director Angel Dawson.
Testing.
Testing. Very well. St. Thomas. Ms. Attorney Denise Reimer.
Testing.
Very well. Just introduce yourself quickly.
My name is Denise Reimer, counsel at the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority.
Very well. So Dawson, if you could do the same, please.
Yes, good morning. Angel Dawson, Jr., Administrator and Chief Executive of the Government Employees Retirement System of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much. We also want to acknowledge the presence of non-committee member Senator Avery Lewis, our secretary, as well as Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. Madam Clerk, if you could just record them as being present. Bill number 36-0122.
I do. The mic just got turned on. I'm here.
No worries. You acknowledge at this time for presentation on Bill number 36-0122, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This piece of legislation has actually been one of many on my roster for a couple of years. I'm happy to see that it's finally made its way to the Senate floor. As it relates to this legislation, one of the things having conversation with GRS over the years, we had a discussion several years ago on this section of the code. And I asked specific questions in regards to duty disability, non-duty disability, and getting a retirement. And there was a conversation as it relates to that if individuals that normally deal with these type of retirement annuities usually have 100% or permanent disability. And I was a little bit questioning in regards to if someone has a disability of this sort, why are they still going back to work? So basically what we were trying to do was a little bit of a cleanup, that there are times that people do have permanent disabilities or disabilities that predicate them not being able to go to work. A lot of times those disabilities don't change, but there are circumstances as medication and life progresses, certain things can be altered. So we're basically saying that if you go back to work, you don't get paid. You come off of this, and GRS will not be paying you accordingly. So I am willing to have the conversation, listen to the testimony. I'm sure we'll have questions in regard to this piece of legislation, but for me, this is just some cleanup, and hopefully I will get the support of my colleagues to get this piece of legislation passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, for presentation of Bill number 36-0122. At this time, we'll go to the testifier on this particular measure. Administrator, CEO, Angel Dawson, you recognize for your testimony.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, other senators present, members of the listening and viewing audience. As indicated, I'm Angel Dawson Jr., Administrator and CEO of the Government Employees Retirement System of the Virgin Islands. And actually, I do have a combined testimony on both bills that I'm here for today, so I'll just proceed through my written statement. Okay.
Very well, let's stand by then. I'll go ahead and present the next bill at this time so that we could go ahead and receive your combined testimony. Who speaks to Bill number 36-0238? Senator Avery Lewis, you recognize for presentation on Bill number 36-0238, an Act amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, to redirect hotel development net bond proceeds to the Government Employees Retirement System of the Virgin Islands. You recognize.
Thank you. Colleagues and people of the Virgin Islands, I come today with a strong sense of responsibility to the people of the Virgin Islands, especially those who have dedicated their lives to public service and now depend on us to keep our promises. Bill number 36-0238 takes a direct and practical step towards strengthening the government employees' retirement system by redirecting hotel development bond proceeds into GRS, ensuring these critical funds are used most urgently needed. Let's be clear. GRS is not a distant problem. It is a present-day crisis. Thousands of retirees depend on it today, and thousands more are counting on it for their future. The longer we action, the more difficult and more painful the solutions will become. Now, I want to acknowledge the progress that has our delegate to Congress, and members of this body, past and present, have worked together with lobbyists and so forth in the states. Senator Mike Crapo, one of those, to secure the permanent increase in rum cover funds to help shore up GRS and prevent insolvency. That was important, that was necessary. But colleagues, let me be equally clear, it is not enough. We must take bold, decisive action to ensure that our retirement system remains solvent, not just today, but for generations to come, for all of us. Some have raised concerns about this measure, suggesting that redirecting these proceeds somehow takes away from government of the Virgin Islands. Respectfully, that argument mischaracterizes the reality. The government of the Virgin Islands did not put direct capital into this project. We facilitated financing through tax-exempt bonds. So the idea that we are losing something is simply not accurate, because there were no upfront financial investment at risk. It's straightforward. It transferred the net proceeds to GRS. That's it. I have not changed the covenant. I have not altered the structure of the deal. I am simply ensuring that when these proceeds are realized, they are directed to where they can have the greatest impact. And let's talk about impact. We are not dealing with a small or uncertain asset. The Western is currently at well over $400 million, valued at well over $400 million. With time, inflation, and continued appreciation, the value could reach between $800 million to $1 billion. These are exactly the types of strong, appreciating assets that the GRS needs and its books, especially its proven track record in managing a diverse investment portfolio. And when the bonds are paid off, whether in 30 years or sooner, those proceeds ultimately revert back to the government of the Virgin Islands, the Public Finance Authority. So again, what are we really losing? History has shown us that government is not in the hotel business. And frankly, it does not want to be. We have seen it before. Kings Alley Hotel was sold after foreclosure. The Virgin Isle Hotel became a long-standing derelict property. Hotel and the Key is now under long-term lease with a private developer for redevelopment. Time and time again, these assets move out of government hands because that is not our lane. So instead of repeating history, why not leverage this opportunity to strengthen something that is our responsibility, our retirement system? Government is a plan sponsor. This is not about weakening the general fund. This is about strengthening the overall financial health of Virgin Islands. This is about honoring the men and women who gave their blood, sweat, and tears in service to this government and ensuring they can retire with dignity. This is about restoring confidence in a system that our people depend on. And most importantly, this is about leadership. Colleagues, we cannot continue to acknowledge a problem without taking decisive action. This bill represents a practical, immediate step, one that demonstrates we are serious about long-term solutions. I ask humbly and urge your support of Bill number 36-0238. Let us act today to secure the future for those who have served. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis, for presentation on Bill number 36-0238. At this time, we'll go to the Administrator, CEO Angel Dawson Jr., for his testimony on both bills.
Good morning, and thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I'm Angel Dawson Jr., Administrator and Chief Executive Officer of the Government Employees Retirement System of the Virgin Islands, more commonly known as GERS. The GERS appreciates this opportunity to give testimony on Bill number 36-0122, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, Section 711, and Chapter 28A, Section 760, by requiring the Government Employees Retirement System to discontinue making disability retirement annuity payments to a member who resumes any employment. The GERS is not opposed to this measure. Pursuant to Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27 and 8A, the GERS duty disability annuities. The current law under Section 760B states, should any member receiving a duty disability annuity or non-duty disability annuity resume a gainful occupation and his earnings therefrom together with his disability annuity exceed the rate of compensation of the member at the date of retirement, the system shall reduce the amount of disability annuity to an amount which, when added to the compensation being earned by the member, shall not exceed the rate of compensation of the member at the date he last became a disability beneficiary. The proposed amendment by the bill's sponsor, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, seeks to prohibit the GERS from continuing disability payments for any member that resumes employment by striking the language above and adding the following new language in Chapter 27, Section 711, subsection B, and Chapter 28A, Section 760, subsection B. Quote, the system shall discontinue making retirement annuity payments or non-due who resumes any employment. To the extent that the current law previously cited predicates disability annuities upon a member being deemed totally and permanently, the GERS does not oppose this bill. With regard to Bill number 36-0238, the GERS has no intention of looking a gift horse in the mouth. We would like to publicly thank Senator Avery Lewis for this proposed legislation that would amend Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, to redirect hotel development net bond government employees retirement system of the Virgin Islands. Specifically, Section 1319, subsection C2 would now read, if the hotel is sold prior to the final maturity of the bonds, all net proceeds from such sale, after repayment of the bonds and costs related thereto, will be transmitted to the government employees retirement system of the Virgin Islands. Hotel, in this instance, means any hotel of a qualified non-profit financed by the Virgin Islands Hotel Development Financing Corporation, established as a subsidiary within the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority. In Section 1320, it states, notwithstanding any net proceeds derived from the sale of a hotel development project, this chapter would otherwise be transmitted to the government of the Virgin Islands, shall instead be transmitted to the government employees retirement system of the Virgin Islands, unless otherwise prohibited by federal law or applicable bond covenants. With regard to the Section 1319 proposed amendment, I have highlighted the phrase, quote, if the hotel is sold prior to final maturity of the with great intentionality. Because although Bill number 360238 is very well intentioned in its recognition of the GERS's need for additional assets in light of its more than $3 unfunded actuarial accrued liability, the GERS would only realize this largesse, quote, if the hotel is sold prior to final maturity of the bonds. And then the net proceeds from such sale after repayment of the bonds and costs related thereto. Similarly, Section 1320 speaks to, quote, net proceeds derived from the sale of a hotel development project financed under this chapter. Section 1319 itself provides for the issuance of bonds secured development projects, the owner shall transfer fully unencumbered and fee-simple ownership interest to the government upon repayment of all bonds. To ensure that the government employees retirement system of the Virgin Islands receives the assets intended in Bill 36-0238, whether the hotel development project is sold or transferred upon repayment of all bonds, subsection C should also be amended by striking government employees retirement system of the Virgin Islands. In that way, GERS would realize value from the hotel development project under either. Thank you, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, CEO and Administrator Angel Dawson, for your testimony and both of these bills. At this time, we'll recognize for her testimony on behalf of the Public Finance Authority.
Dr. Novella E. Francis, Chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, other committee members present, all other senators in attendance today, fellow testifiers, all those seated in the Senate chambers, and those in the listening and viewing audience. My name is Denise Reimer, and I serve as staff counsel at the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority, and will be presenting the testimony on behalf of Mr. Nathan Simmons, the Director of Administration. Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to offer this testimony on Bill number 36-0238. Outset, the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority does not oppose this legislation. Bill number 36-0238 proposes to amend existing law to redirect any net proceeds derived from the sale of a hotel development project to tax-exempt bonds issued by the Virgin Islands Hotel Development Financing Corporation. Specifically, the bill will require that such net proceeds, which under current law are payable to the government of the Virgin Islands, be transmitted to the government employees retirement system of the Virgin Islands. As drafted, the bill will apply both in circumstances where a hotel development either before or after the bonds reach maturity. The authority recognizes the importance of identifying meaningful funding mechanisms to strengthen GRS and acknowledge the legislature's consideration of this policy as a means of providing financial support to GRS. By way of background, Act number 9063 established the Virgin Islands Hotel and taxable bonds. Under Act number 9063, bonds issued by the VIHDFC are subject to several important structural safeguards. One, the bonds are not general obligation of the VIHDFC, the VIPFA, or the GVI. Second, the bonds do not constitute a pledge of the full faith and credit of the GVI. Third, the bonds are paid solely from revenues generated by the financed hotel project. Consequently, the financial risk associated with these transactions rests with the borrower and the project itself, not with the government. In exchange, borrowers are required to comply with a comprehensive set of obligations, including but not limited to full repayment of the bond principal, interest, and related expenses, maintaining the property in first-class condition, and providing regular, unaudited, and audited financial statements, complying with all applicable federal tax and SEC disclosure requirements, and preserving the tax-exempt status of the bonds. Under the current provisions of Act number 9063, once all bonds are repaid, ownership of the hotel development project transfers to the GVI. Similarly, if the bonds are redeemed prior to the maturity or the hotel is sold before the bonds are fully retired, any net sale proceeds are payable to the GVI. Bill number 360238 would modify this framework by requiring that such net proceeds be redirected to the GRS rather than the GVI. To provide a practical example of how this legislation may apply, I would like to briefly reference the Westin and Morningstar Bowie House Hotel project. In January 2026, the VIHDFC successfully closed a Series 2025 bond issuance to finance the acquisition of the Westin and Morningstar Bowie House Hotel project, formerly known as the Marriott Frenchman Reef Hotel. The bond proceeds were loaned to CFFC-FR LLC, a nonprofit organization formed for the purpose of acquiring and operating the hotel. Consistent with Act Number 9063, the bonds are payable solely from the project revenues. Once the debt associated with its finances, ownership of the hotel, and any net proceeds realized would, under current law, transfer to the GVI. Should bid number 360238 become law, those net proceeds will instead be directed to the GRS. Mr. Chair and the members of the committee, thank you again for the opportunity to provide this testimony on bill number 360238. The authority remains committed to working collaboratively with the legislature and administration to support public finance initiatives, territory's economic development, while also addressing the long-standing fiscal obligation. The Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority stands in support of this bill. We stand ready to provide any additional information or answer any questions you or your colleagues may have regarding this testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Legal Counsel Denise Reimer, for your testimony. That rounds out the testimony on this particular measure. I wanted to go back to you, Legal Counsel Reimer, in respect to the scenario that you just gave. You made reference to Act 1963 and the closure of the Westin and the Bowie House hotel development. And in that, I think there is a 20 or 30 years closure when that will actually be turned over to the government of the Virgin Islands. So you're talking about this realization could actually be within that time frame, correct?
Correct.
Well, and real quickly at CEO, I wanted to ask you whether or not that's here. Whether or not the actuaries have done any modeling of what this costs, what benefit will this be to the government employees retirement system? Have you done any modeling in terms of what you seek to benefit from this particular piece of legislation?
Well, thank you for the question. Let me begin by saying the way that this legislation would do us any harm. It would only be helpful, of course. The actuaries would need to have some ideas to the value of the property and the timing of the property to be able to make a meaningful calculation and modeling the impact. So as of this time, we don't have any such modeling, but we strongly support this legislation because whether it's million or 400 million, it would certainly be more than we have presently. So,
or 2 million,
or 2 million,
whatever the amount is.
Whatever the amount is. So we embrace the spirit in which this.
Yeah, one second, Senator. I'll come to you.
This legislation is proposed. The only concern, and I know in your question, the only concern we have is that, and I think it was supported, frankly, by Attorney Reimer's testimony. This covers, in terms of what the GERS would receive, proceeds in the event of a sale of the property. It does not address what happens if the bonds were to go for their full maturity and then it escheats unencumbered to the government of the Virgin Islands. This legislation is silent as to what would happen. So I am just asking that if you're going to give us the nickel, give us both sides of the nickel, and not just the heads. We'd like the tail also, in the event that the financing were to go to the full term and there has been no sale of the property. It simply reverts or goes to the government of the Virgin Islands after 20, 30 years. I know what the he stated here today, but we don't know who's going to be around in 20 or 30 years to make this happen. And a literal interpretation of this legislation would be that the GERS would only get proceeds in the event of a sale prior to the maturity of the bonds. I'd also like to clarify respectfully that the GERS will not be receiving any bond proceeds in this legislation. The bond proceeds went to finance the financing structure with the Public Finance Authority for the acquisition of this property by the nonprofit that was stated by.
Very well. And obviously the amendments make sense, and I'm hoping that the bill sponsor is considering those as well. Real quickly, before we go to Senator Fonseca, in regards to Bill 36-0122, how many members represent the disability or disabled annuitants?
I'm glad that you asked. We have approximately 9,000 annuitants. This is a very small pool. It's about 180-something individuals, so it's less than 2% of our population.
Very well. That's what I thought as well. At this time, Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognize for your point of information.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and pleasant good morning. Afternoon, I'm sorry. And regards to Bill number 36-0122, and I'd like to thank the bill sponsor. However, Mr. Chair, the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, which was adopted in 1868, guarantees due process even property and specifically public retirement benefits like the GERS disability annuities are protected property interests once a person qualifies. And the Federal Appeals Court in Kern versus City of Long Beach and Pineman versus Oechelin, OECHSLIN, and Buckman versus City, in addition to the United States Supreme Court in the case like Goldman versus Kelly and Matthews versus Eldridge, has made clear that government benefits people are entitled to are protected property interests. This means even suspending disability annuity payments requires fair procedures, which the bill does not provide. I do have a key issue here is that once a person qualifies for government retirement or disability annuity, have consistently held that it becomes a protected property interest under the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, meaning that it cannot be suspended or discontinued. So I would like to ask, through the chair, for legal counsel to answer the question, is the public retirement benefits from the GERS, the disability, are they protected property interests? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well. We'll have our legal counsel
Point of information.
come forward so that she could respond directly to you, Senator. Point of information, Senator Francis Heidegger, you recognize?
Thank you so much. In both sections of the code that we're attempting to amend, there is a subsection A. We are not touching A because once someone qualifies for that disability, there are rules and regulations in there where they would have to come back every, I think the first 5 years following the allowance, every 3-year period. There's a whole outline. What we are attempting to do is amend section B. We're not taking away their rights. Section B is if you as an individual choose after you have been deemed disabled, permanently % disabled, go out and find a job. It is by your own actions you're saying, I'm no longer disabled. So we're saying, okay, Why are we paying out for disability at 100%? Even if the law allowed for adjustments, the reason you were allowed to be placed on disability is you were determined to be permanently and 100% disabled. So can people that are 100% disabled or permanently disabled go out and start working again? That's all what we're trying to clean up. But I await legal counsel's response. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Very well, thank you. My thought on talk about 100% of permanent disability. I've always been an advocate for even the disabled population, that there is still opportunity for them to function, i.e. monitor surveillance cameras, for example, to support the Virgin Islands Police Department, instances like that. Any thought, CEO and administrator, do you believe that despite an individual having earmarked of 100% disability or permanent disability, that there is some that those individuals could perform, outside of perhaps the regimen that will impact that 100% disability that they may have?
Senator, I think the challenge that we have there is that speak to total and permanent disability. It doesn't say just permanent disability and permanent disability. So perhaps there's an opportunity for this body to consider whether it would like to amend that statute with regard to disability payments not accruing to those only who are totally disabled. The law, so that is part and parcel of what we do, including having a medical review committee that is appended to the Board of Trustees that has to review, and these are medical professionals, that has to review medical reports from experts that the GERS retains both here and on the mainland to review cases. We are not doctors at the GERS, on those that have the proper medical qualifications to make these judgments. I must say that there's a procedure indicated with regards to being deemed totally and permanently disabled in the first place. And I don't think that to Senator Fonseca's statement that anything in this existing or proposed legislation rather precludes there being procedures in place to ensure that there's you are deemed totally and permanently disabled in the first instance as a result of due diligence. So I don't think that we would undo that due diligence willy-nilly and without proper medical review in such an instance.
And is your understanding that regardless of what it is, individual that may be considered permanently disabled, 100% disabled, that if they were to is coming back to the government of the Virgin Islands or going to the private sector, that will still have an impact based on the current proposed legislation?
Understanding.
That would be your understanding as well.
Right.
Can you, are you aware of any case or the number of individuals that may have been receiving the annuity as a result of the 100+ that you spoke about, that's receiving disability annuity that have gone back to work for any reason?
We are not aware of any such cases, and that is because in the first instance, as I indicated, it's a relatively small number compared to our overall population, and it is a very rigorous process to be deemed totally and permanently disabled in the first place.
Very well, thank you. At this time, until we get legal counsel to come to the floor, they should be making their way here. I'll go ahead and open the floor to a 5-minute round, and Senator Marvin Blyden, Vice Chair, you recognize for your 5 minutes at this time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, view and listening audiences, staff, central staff, and good afternoon, Administrator Dawson, and to all the testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies.
Thank you.
I too will wait on legal counsel because I have a concern in respect to Bill number 36.0122 in respect to resume any employment. Times have changed, things have changed, and even though I'm permanently disabled, there are things I might be able to do to sustain myself with inflation and everything else that's happening in this space right about now. So I think it's a little stringent, you know, in respect to how we go about doing it. It can work, but we need to find a way and clarify exactly how we're going to go about doing it. So I just want to wait for legal counsel to come to the floor to get some more clarity. And in respect to bill number 36.0238, in regards to going back, everything going to the government employee retirement system, and as was stated, at the same time, we do need funds going to the government as a whole, the general fund in particular, to continue providing the services for all of the different challenges we have at the territory. So you said it would not make a difference in any way, shape, or form based on the way the bill is structured, that everything goes to the GRS upon the finalization of the sale. Can you expand on that for me, please, how it will not affect the local government?
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
Respectfully, I don't recall making any such. My statement was that for the effect of this bill for us to sorry, there's a bit of to receive value under all due to the bonds having been paid off fully and the property being transmitted unencumbered to the government, that substituted for the government, because as it is right now, it would only be if there's a sale of the property, and it's quite possible that the property won't be sold, that it would just be held by the nonprofit that presently owns it until the bonds are paid off, and then it goes in 20 years to the PFA, meaning that the object of this, the intention of this bill would not be achieved under. And frankly, with regards to the health of the government of the Virgin Islands, let me tell you something. When we speak about having a payroll that is larger than the central government of the Virgin Islands itself within the GERS, and I don't mean administrative payroll, I mean the number of retirees and annuitants that we pay. If the system were to collapse, well, goodbye government of the Virgin Islands, because you're talking about a pillar of the government of the Virgin Islands in terms of its revenue and beyond that.
Thank you for that clarification. It makes sense to me. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator, for your line of questions. Senator, well, we do have a legal counsel here. If you could just put your name on the record, legal counsel, and then we'll go back to Senator Ray Fonseca for his question.
Cynthia B. Moore, legal counsel for the
Let's try that again, legal counsel.
Cynthia B. Moore, legal counsel.
Thank you. Senator Fonseca, you could pose your question to legal counsel at this time.
Yes, thank you. The question was the 14th Amendment to the Constitution guarantees due process. Federal cases, Court of Appeals in Kern versus City of Long Beach, Pineman versus O'Cillin, OECHSLIN, Buchanan versus City of San Antonio, and the U.S. Supreme Court in the case of Goldberg versus Kelly and Matthews versus Eldridge has made clear that government benefits people are entitled to are protected property interests, that even suspending disability annuity payments requires fair procedures, which the bill does not provide. And once a person qualifies for retirement disability, courts have consistently held that it becomes a protected property interest. So I want you to give us an answer to the question, does the public retirement benefits like the GERS disability annuities, are they protected property interests once a person qualifies? Thank you, through the chair.
Okay, thank you, Senator Fonseca. While the senator that the 14th Amendment and as right would be the pension or the disability payments, the senator is correct in that assumption. However, the government cannot take it away without due process, but the government can modify or suspend the benefits when a retiree no longer meets the statutory eligibility requirements, such as a continued disability. So, all states that the individual is no longer disabled, that property right is no longer there. After due process.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was my time on the floor now? I didn't hear.
No, I was just the next up will be Senator Dwayne DeGraff.
Okay, so I'll ask questions later. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Very well, thank you. Are you satisfied with the response from legal counsel at this time?
No, I am not. I disagree, and I think this is going to open up the government of the Virgin Islands to a lot of legal challenges. But I will state my case shortly, Mr. Chair.
Very well, thank you. At this time, the chair will recognize, we want to first recognize the presence of Senator Clifford Joseph, non-committee member, and recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Bill 122, I don't agree with at all. Somebody with a disability isn't the, out of all due respect for them, we one of us was deemed not to have a disability. So I believe that if they earn the right to be diagnosed at 100% and have to go back, hey, right now time's so hard, the dog and I got walk. So if that's the case where because of the times we're in, that they choose to go out to work, I think we should be able to pay them. So I would agree with that. Now for Bill 360238, how much money are we basically speaking about anyhow right now that would be going from these bond proceeds to GERS?
Mr. Chairman? May I?
Yes, you may respond.
Okay. Well, as I clarified earlier, I'm going to defer to the PFA with regards to what the value they feel is involved here. But I'll clarify again that we have not and will not receive any bond proceeds pursuant to legislation. It would be from the net proceeds of a sale subsequently. And by subsequently, I mean sometime down the road, right, of this hotel project. As to how much that is, we don't know if it does.
Okay, so in addition to that, I do agree with what you said, that we need to change the section to put whether it's at a sale or without the sale. So the PFA attorney, I guess, won't even have that information. Now, the post-audit did a report in regards to the assessment. So the post-audit report for the record would be, does it have an estimation of a dollar value? So we could get that put on the record.
You posing a question to the legal?
Yes,
you may respond
Mr.
to the chair, post-auditor. Put your name and information.
Dr. Theodora Phillip responds through the chair to Senator DeGraff. Senator, could you repeat your question? This was in reference to
In
which one of the
regards to
bills?
the post-audit assessment, if we could put on a record, I guess your final assessment in terms of what we are looking at given to GRS now, presently as it stands, without having to make the change, as the bill stands correctly right now, your findings.
This is in regards to 238.
Correct. Yes, 36-0238. So while she looks for it, Mr. Chair, CEO Dawson, in regards to that, this would a sale, if it wasn't changed, is still put in a ban. Basically, what we're still looking at.
Every bit helps, right? But once again, we're talking about a 3.4 billion with a B unfunded actuarial liability within the GERS, meaning that if we were to freeze everything today, that would be the shortfall that we would have for all of the payments for the projected life qualifying members as well as current retirees. And this is why something like the funding note that was received under the special purpose vehicle that this legislature passed, I guess about 3-4 years ago, was very beneficial to the GERS, but based on the actuarial projections, which we share every year as part of our overview, we still have a shortfall. And this is what this bill is attempting to assist with, helping to fill that gap. So we appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. The post-audit findings open, that's why I asked you to put it. But if it isn't any dollar
No, there's
value,
there's no dollar value.
okay, and that's what I figured based on what Mr. Dawson said. Okay, so in closing, I would support this because again, like you mentioned, if the retirement system goes down, so anything we could do to try and assist, I'll with that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. And I think the issue the Chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, and good afternoon to the viewing and listening audience and my colleagues all tuned in. Mr. Chair, as I stated earlier, I have serious concerns about Bill number 36-0122 because of 4 reasons. You know, if benefits are cut off automatically, that could violate procedural due process. You know, a person that has already qualified and relies on them for living expenses. Are a property right granted. Bill has language like any employment without, you know, giving you clear notice, in process, the opportunity to appeal. That could be viewed as a depredation of property without due process of law. Applying this rule to individuals already be viewed as unconstitutional, violates the Constitution of the United States of America. impairment of vested rights. Individuals who relies on existing law to make life decisions could suddenly lose their only source of income, and what is midstream, and it's fundamental, and it invites legal challenges. It's overly punitive. The phrase "any employment" is dangerously vague and extreme. In addition, this amendment to the Constitution was done in 1868 to protect the slaves from the government taking their property. Invested and you rely on it to live. Benefit they already earn and they rely on, and it could be terminated by rule. I want to go quickly to the next bill, because I had a question regarding when will the GERS, when are you projected to actually actuarial studies are projected in the future, and I was wondering if this bill here could impact where after in the future, if that money would automatically still go to the GERS, even though you're now in a profitable position, or you're not, you know, you're over the break even. Is that scenario possible?
Mr. Chairman? Yes. Once again, the GERS is not, this bill isn't proposing that we receive any bond proceeds. It is proposing that we receive the net proceeds of any sale of property at some point that is undetermined from undetermined amount at an undetermined point in the future. What we do know for sure is that based on our current obligations and our current assets, that the system is projected actuarially to have a temporary illiquidity, if you may, insolvency, come 2033.
1 minute.
For a period of about, based upon our actual...
Excuse me, Mr. Dawson. I'm going to have to cut you off. You answered the question sufficiently. I want to go on now. Okay, so 2033 is when your actuarial studies say that you should be at the break-even point. A yes or no?
No, 2033 is when we're going to dip below in terms of assets that we have to be able to pay our retirees.
30 seconds.
Remember, I just asked you for a yes or no. Please respect my time. So what is the date you are projected based on the actuarial studies to actually break even?
Break even isn't a term that we use within the retirement system.
Well,
And
let me rephrase that. You would have eliminated the unfunded liability portion and you would be able to pay off. What would that be, the projected date? What would be the projected date for that? Do you know?
if things continue as projected based on our actuarial studies, we're looking into the 2040s, 2050s. We have a very long horizon.
The 2050s. So let's say in the 2050s, is there a scenario where the net proceeds, and I stand corrected, can be then deposited to the GERS even though you are above the break-even point? Yes or no?
That's not a yes or no question, because for the fourth or the fifth time, receiving bond proceeds.
I'm talking about the net. I'm talking about the net. I'm not talking about the bond proceeds. Through the chair, I'd like to know when is the actual actuarial studies, and I'd like to see when the GERS will be at that point where we no longer will have to be put funds into the GRS, including, the lockbox agreement that we currently have where we floated the bonds. Through the chair, do you understand the request, Mr. Dawson, Director Dawson, Administrator Dawson?
Not exactly, and perhaps if you can reduce so that we can be sure that we're responding to your exact request.
Okay,
We would be happy to.
Thank you for the time. I know my time was called, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for being overly lenient with me.
Thank you very much, Senator Ray Fonseca. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Avery Lewis for his point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, Administrator Dawson, I do apologize. Some questions can be
Exactly.
right. Some carry a little explanation with it. I just want to explain this here to my colleagues is that when I first came with the intent of this bill, I had meetings with Mr. Simmons at PFA. I had meetings with back and forth, and I didn't want to change any of the deal that was already negotiated, what we already had voted upon. That's not what I wanted to do. What we already voted upon. And so to keep it basic and simple, that just that the proceeds would return, whether it's a hotel or the sale. And that was the intent. Now, I do get Administrator Dawson's suggestion, and that just came in today, and I'm willing and able, I'm already working on those amendments based on his suggestion, because he's correct. We may not be here in 30 years. I would like to be in 30 years, not in here, but collecting my retirement. I don't have to worry about it. That's why we put in measures in place for all of us.
Exactly.
For the thousands of us that's going to be retired. So that was it, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you for that time.
Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis. Before we go to the next senator, which will be Senator Maurice James, for her time. Thank you, Administrator and CEO. In regard to changes to be made to the system, even if this proposed legislation is supposed to take effect, would it apply to current annuitants or retroactively or protractively?
Referring to Bill 360122?
Either one of them. Any legislation, of course, well, yeah, it will be 122 because, of course, the 238 doesn't apply to individual membership. But
Well, once again, it's a small population, but if one of those 180 odd persons that we have presently are receiving a disability were to, for some reason, miraculously, and medical miracles do happen, be cured, and it could be demonstrated the same way that we demonstrate that they became totally and permanently disabled. And you have to say quote unquote, because even doctors, they're not God. They can only go based on current medical knowledge when they assist us proper examinations with deeming that somebody's totally and permanently disabled in 2026. But maybe in 2036, and the person is now no longer totally and permanently. So it could be revisited. Do we think that as a practical matter that it would be? Probably not, because there's a very rigorous process to be deemed totally and permanently disabled in the first place, which is why we have 180-something persons out of a pool of approximately 9,000 individuals that we pay that are being paid because they've been deemed totally and permanently disabled.
thank you for your response there. The chair will now recognize C. James. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to everyone in and outside the room. I will first say that I don't fully understand the disability retirement annuities. It's not familiar to me. So I need to ask some questions. I do want to note though that in the one section, when I look at 3 VIC 711, it states that there would be an examination, a medical examination until a member's attainment of age 55. And then in section 760, it says 65. One says 55 and one says 65. Is that a typo? Or what do you do? Well, let me ask you what you do in practice. Do you have medical examination up until the age of 55 or 65?
Senator, as a practical matter, given the rigorous process that they go through initially to be deemed old, it has not been practical to have all of these individuals examined. And a number of them, as you could understand, actually most of them aren't even resident in the territory. Most of our disability annuitants are resident on the U.S. mainland, even though we have quite a large number here locally as well. So it becomes quite an impracticality to be able to conduct these re-examinations.
Seems to me, whether it's 55 or 65, in both situations, when my interpretation is that when you get to that age, because that's the age that the law requires you to conduct medical examinations, after that point, for example, when the person reaches age 56 under Section 7,
It becomes a non-issue.
it becomes I can then go and work and make far more, and you would have to pay me what I'm entitled to, because then you can no longer reduce my compensation. Wouldn't that be?
Yes.
Yeah, at that point, you can no longer do a medical exam,
Right.
and I may miraculously get better at the age of 55 and 2 months.
Right.
65 and 2 months. You know what I'm saying?
I
In
do.
addition to that, people live longer and are capable longer. Just look at the United States Senate and the age of those people. So I could run for Congress.
I don't know about the able part.
You know
but-
what I'm saying? but so let me ask you this too, because I am not familiar with this, being a military member, but that's the first thing that I noticed, which makes no sense to me. The thing that I wanted to ask was, do you do, like the military does, 10%, 20%, 30% disability? No. Or is it... Is that determination made?
When you say 10%,
Okay.
20%, 30%, I'm not, and likewise, I'm not
that's
familiar with
why-
the military aspect.
Yeah, that's why it's very difficult. I don't like this statute period, to be honest, because it's too broad. In the military, you can be 10% disabled, 20, all the way up to 100% disabled.
I see what you're saying. No,
and it affects
our statute provides for total and permanent disability, period.
right.
As it's presently
That's
written.
100%.
100%.
One minute. And I can be 100% disabled in the military and work. That's possible. I can be 100% and still find employment.
And
So
that's
this
why I
is
was
different.
suggesting to Senator Francis earlier that perhaps that's an area that needs to be examined in terms of possible amendment to our existing
30
statute to
seconds.
reflect that possibility.
Okay, so I can't support this bill because I have too many questions. And it doesn't make any sense, really. It just needs to be fixed, the entire statute. The inconsistency with 55 and 65. I just have one question for the counsel for PFA. Mr. Chair, if I know my time, I know I'm right there. Time. May I just want, thank you, sir. I just wanted an explanation, because I noticed that the administrator pointed, the only thing I was going to point out, that the only time that the GERS would get any proceeds would be if the hotel is sold. That's the only time, correct? The PFA
That is-
counsel, Attorney Reimer?
Yes, Senator, that is correct.
Right. And so the I noticed that if it's sold in the act itself, all net proceeds would go not to the government anymore, but to the GERS. Would there be a circumstance? It says if it is sold prior to final maturity, would that be the only instance where you would have? Okay. This is a question. In your testimony, you said that once the debt associated with this financing is fully retired, ownership of the hotel and any net proceeds realized would, under current law, transfer to the GVI. My question is, let's say it is fully retired. Is there a situation where there would be no net proceeds realized? The way you phrase the sentence. So once the debt is fully retired,
So
it
we're
then goes to
talking
the
about
VI.
circumstance-
Go ahead. Sorry, I'm sorry.
So, I'm sorry. So the debt is fully retired. The hotel is then transferred to the GVI. At that time, the GVI could decide to hold on to the hotel, at which point there's no sale. It decides to sell the hotel. At that time, those will you realize a net sale proceeds after all other expenses have been paid.
So this only matters if it's sold.
That's my point. Exactly.
Okay, good. Okay, fine.
Right.
You and I are on the same page.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Maurice James, Esquire, for your line of questions there. And next, the chair will recognize Senator Hubert Frederick. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, listening and viewing audience, colleagues, testifiers, the Office of Hubert Frederick, Central staff, audience, good day. I want to just start out with some basics so we have some background and clarity with these two bills. Bill number 36-0122, we're talking about a statute, a very old disability statute that now we're trying to figure out whether or not people who are currently eligible for disability, if we should in fact now take away that disability because we're capable of still earning a good salary. And so the question is, are they really disabled or not? In a case like this, it's a limited pool of people. We don't have any disability ratings per se. We assume it was 100%. There's no medical test that follows up. To me, in my simple way of thinking, this bill would address the issue that the bill sponsors is thinking it could. It's a very good idea. It's unfair for folks to receive compensation and claim they're disabled, but they're really not. And we're trying to help GRS because of the cash burn that it's incurring. But I don't know if this is the solution to it, because it adds more complexity to the issue. You know, after listening to both sides. So that's just my position on that. I don't know if this hearing will fix that. There might need some more amendments, but the way it is right now, to just disregard any additional employment, that's too vague. I think, you know, employment in the government, public side or private side, they're not. Some of them are not here. So then, what do we do? There's questions that we really need to tighten up if we're going to move further down this road. Administrator, you mentioned that I remember it clearly, you said in 2035, the GRS system faced a wall of insolvency due to cash flow. Today, I'm hearing 2033. Is that not what you had said the last time you were here? 2035?
Quite possible, but at that time we were looking at the employer contribution being increased by 3 percentage points, but subsequent to that, that has been
We close that door.
savagely killed by the legislature. So now we have moved the clock forward.
Okay, so we're down to 7 or 8 years, huh? That's what you're telling us today.
Yes, sir.
And you know, that's another issue now. Now, bill number 360238. And everyone knows we are always in crisis. What if GRS, what if WAPA goes down now and they need some money immediately? The cash flow that we got from any proceeds of buying a hotel, selling a hotel, that's gone. Because it's going to be to the GRS system. Our cash management at that point is, we're in trouble now.
1 minute.
You know, 1 minute is GRS. Now the government of the Virgin Islands will be in trouble at that point. So I don't blame you at all by coming in and saying, you know, whatever we could do to help you, you'll take it. Us as a body, because this government, whether it's the hospital, WAPA, whatever else, we are always in crisis mode. That's how we operate. Our cash management here is, what's the next hottest crisis?
30
So
seconds.
I might not be too inclined to support this bill because I know, let's say it's a windfall of $500 million. All of a sudden, the general fund gets no benefit from that because it goes directly to the GRS system, which is fine, but the other side. So good cash management would be retain the money, and then as always, we appropriate monies to the system anyway. And, you know, you could get whatever we come up with to make sure that we could keep adding band-aids to that problem that you have. So that's my perception of it. You know, one man, one vote. But I do support the system, but I don't think this is a good thing to lock us in as a government to something that we don't even know. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and appreciate.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick, for your line of question. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Maurice C. James for our point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Previous speaker, this question in my mind: how many hotels right now would be subject to, right now as we sit, would be subject to this particular legislation? If the PFA Council knows, can she, right now in present day time? Only one?
I believe it's only one. Hello?
Only one.
Oh, the name, attorney, only currently the Weston.
That's it.
9063. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Rama.
At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Clifford Joseph Sr. You recognize for.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to my colleagues as well. In regard to the disability annuity, you stated that there is less than 200 person on retirement disability. So, can you place on the record the process involved for a person collecting disability annuity?
Certainly. First, the individual has to be deemed totally and permanently disabled by their physician. That's the starting point. And then they have to be examined by 2 other physicians appointed by the GERS to maintain a neutrality with regards to the matter. If one of those 2 GERS physicians were to if they were to both agree totally and permanently disabled, at this point a recommendation is made by the Medical Review Committee to the Board of Trustees that this person be deemed totally and permanently disabled, and it occurs, right? If there's a disagreement between the two system physicians, they send to yet a third physician for review. We're always looking for at least two of the system physicians to confirm a finding. So it's a lengthy and, well, it's the length of time has improved because the medical review committee is empowered to implement the finding from the physicians as opposed to the board having to meet on the matter and make a determination. And that was passed by this body, amending the procedures, I think, a year or two ago. Your point, it's a very entailed and frankly costly process for the system to make determination one is totally and permanently disabled. That is why I am not concerned that we have folks on our payroll that are claiming to be disabled that aren't. It would be highly unlikely that that would occur.
I would agree. And also, that as far as in support, yourself in support of not paying somebody, have there ever had a person before you or during your tenure that fall into that category as far as?
So I've been with the GERS now for less than 3 years, right? So I cannot trust my institutional memory because that's a short horizon. But I did speak with an institution within the institution, and if she were physically in the territory, well, not disclosed, but she is.
Or one of my colleagues with the times are hard, and maybe this person may still be really up to a point where they really shouldn't be working, but gone across the road because of how tough it is.
If I may, this bill doesn't say that the person would not be subjected to due diligence. Have to go through a process of redetermination because somebody could just mischievously say, call and leave a tip that Clifford Joseph is out working and he's claiming to be disabled. We're not just going to take that person's word and take Clifford Joseph off of the disability payroll. We are going to put that person back through the paces, and they're going to have to see at least 3 physicians, including their own, to ensure that, but more importantly, the system's physicians, to confirm whether in fact they have had a miraculous recovery and are no longer totally and permanently disabled. The likelihood of that is highly remote. The senator is dictating that we should be taking people off wholesale off of the disability payroll, but that in that very, very rare instance where maybe something did happen, that we would have the wherewithal to remove someone from the disability payroll.
Seconds.
But history would indicate that it's very rare, and I'm telling you, based on the rigorous procedures that we have in place presently, it's highly unlikely.
Before my time run out,
sorry.
As far as it pertains to the hotel development, okay, as it pertains to the hotel development, my position is, again,
Time.
my position is presently the retirement system has the shortfalls, but presently our medical system has the shortfalls. So again, myself, even being at the bill sponsor already looking for, I will support the bill sponsor to the fact that, yes, a larger amount of this money should be directed. If not 100%, at least 70% should be going towards. I wouldn't even worry about 50-50, because I feel a lot of us here and the economy locally here is really driven by a lot of retirees. So I wouldn't go from a 50-50 point, 20-30 point supporting this bill. So instead of 100%, so we could have determine where our next shortfall is to help. That's it for me. But thank you for your response anyway.
Thank you. I leave the horse trading to the senators.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Joseph, for your line of question. Administrator, are you familiar with reclassification in government where you are one position to the next?
Yes, Senator.
And can you just kind of can you discuss what is required? Because I think you have already put on the record in terms of the rigorous process that's involved in determining a person to be permanently, and it's no easy task.
Right.
Permanently or permanently disabled. But there is an opportunity for individuals to be reclassified. A lot of times, I know even in law enforcement, where an individual that could not perform law enforcement not be fully retired. They have to actually go through a reclassification process by which then they seek or be able to determine if they could function in other responsibilities within government outside of just being given total and permanent disability. Are you aware of that?
Yes, we of course at GERS are not the experts. That's the division of personnel.
Right.
But if you can be reclassified, that means that you're not going to be deemed totally and permanently disabled. Permanently disabled is, for instances, in which you cannot work at all, as stipulated by medical professionals.
And are you equally cognizant that at times these individuals that may be disabled because of your work, such as the first responders? You could
Right, which is why we have two classifications. You have non-duty disability and you have disability.
Sure.
So in the case of a first responder, if you were damaged significantly in the line of duty, that would fall under duty disability.
Good. So at this time, we'll recognize Senator Alma Francis Haile. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Appreciate you.
Bill sponsor.
Thank you. Good day to the testifiers, the senators, everyone that can hear my voice, central staff. When I had this conversation initially about 4 years ago, I didn't get an opportunity to really dive in at that time. I think it was in December of last year, I had a conference call, video conference with Mr. Dawson and several of his staff, where we discussed piece of legislation in depth. What we discussed and what I explained to them, what I wanted to do is my concern of people falling through loops. We see in our society today where people are consistently basically robbing the government, and we cannot afford it. We speak about 180 people. If 10 of those people, just 10, let's just take 10 for example, happen to be working on the side, each of them making $30,000 a year that we know nothing about, that's $300,000 that they're collecting and we're potentially offsetting and giving them additional salary. When we had this discussion with Mr. Dawson and his staff, we outlined several amendments. We also spoke about partial disability where I couldn't find it in the code. We spoke about scenarios of how we could amend the section in order to allow for how do you keep up in trying to find individuals that might be doing this. I spoke that day about there are people that could be getting 100% and total disability from payment from us, but they're doing a remote work job. How do we monitor that? And all of this was discussed. What we agreed upon that day is that GRS would submit to me a full outline of the amendments and everything we discussed so I could submit those amendments. When I kept calling, I was told we just support the bill. So I came here because we looked for the testimony yesterday. It wasn't ready. And I came here with the assumption that what we discussed with all those things about the amendments and trying to protect the government would have been discussed today. But all I heard was we support the bill. And I was a little confused because, you know, I don't know why I didn't get the document from their side. I appreciated them supporting it, But I honestly thought we were going to be discussing all those things that we sat down for almost 2 hours and worked out between me and GRS as a way to protect the government and us not be potentially paying out, because on admission, some of these people live away. We don't know. And we have place in order to figure out, and I distinctly remember part of those discussions we talked about the time frame of being able to test people and how long it took, and we even spoke about things like age and going from this 55, 65 to somebody that might be there at 70, 80 years old. Follow up. And what was shared with me with GRS is that sometimes they do random checks because they're not going to pull in everybody, all 180 of them. So I came here with the intention of having a conversation to discuss those amendments and amend the document, because we cannot leave this how it is. It cannot just stay open-ended. And how the law is written, number one, according to what my colleague said, she's absolutely correct. Whether it's 55 or 65, after that, you can't test these people. So you're basically saying we could live here and our government could be paying out individuals. Whether it's 180 or 10 of them or 2 of them, we could be paying out individuals gotten fully cured. We don't know, because 10, 15 years have gone past. We haven't been able to retest them. We're just paying out. So my goal here with this piece of legislation was not to just blanket and say, hey, like we just don't pay them. It's to amend the section of the code. And I am sitting here awaiting those discussions. And I'm sure Mr. Dawson could acquiesce and also confirm much of what I said here today. So I don't know why I didn't get the document that we did agree that would be given in to me. I think I would get it by January, because I was concerned about the Crucian Christmas festival holidays. And it was agreed that I would get it by January. And when they said they supported it and I didn't get it, I thought it was going to be in the testimony. So I just need him to speak to that, because this is not just blanket, hey, we just don't pay them. It's an attempt to clean up this section of the code and figure out how we protections for the government in this modern day age, so we are not being robbed in any situation, because it might not happen with these 180 what happened with anybody else. People have become very technologically savvy in modern day times, and we can't assume that things like this are rare or not happening when even by your own admission you can't even really check. Let's be real. So, Mr. Dawson, could you share your thoughts on this bill in regards to any of the amendments we had previously discussed during our meeting? And if GRS still intends to share those, or should I just go ahead with the amendments that I had? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I'll allow for Administrator Dawson to respond on my time.
Sure. Disability, and to use the Hippocratic oath, which is do no harm, we would say that we don't feel that the bill is harm. This is why we don't oppose the bill. It gives us a tool in our tool chest that if we were to find an instance of abuse, that we would have a statutory basis to discontinue the payment. So that doesn't do any harm. If anything, it's salary. There might be those that feel that given service. So, do we spend hundreds of hours on a small population like that has been already very rigorously screened? That's an open question.
Thank you for your response there. I'll tell you, the hang up for me is that situation where an individual may be deemed disabled, consequential to the work that they perform. In the line of duty, I was shot. Hence mean that I have to go to retirement with disability, go through that rigorous process. As a result of that, receive less because you get 75%, you're eligible 75% of your pay at that time for disability, which means that the significant paid at that time, despite I was injured as a result of providing service to this community. Right? Here it is now that because I could remotely monitor a camera, be an insurance adjuster, teach a class, do all of these remote things for a couple of dollars extra to be able to make ends meet, I'm going to be penalized. Here it is after risking your life for this community. Now you're being penalized because you're trying to make ends meet there. So that is what I see with this piece of legislation as it stands right now, and that is my hang up. I mean, certainly with amendments, with other issues that we could clarify, then we could certainly consider it. But I'm just seeing the punitive action that could be taken on an individual after being impacted, consequential to their functionality and their work, now that we're penalizing them as a result of that. Senator Avery, Lois, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers, Mr. Dawson, Attorney Reimer. As it pertains to Bill 36-0122, today was just one of those, as I said, I would rely on what the GRS would say. I really didn't research that one or went in depth in it. It also does being upfront and honest. So there's one of those days I said, well, hey, let me see what GRS says, because I know this could be a little ticklish situation, go either how. And I know I do understand, and the both sides of the coin. I'm one for advocate for people with disabilities and so forth. I am the voice of the voiceless. So, but today was one I said, but let me hear what the GRS have in place before I make a decision or before I speak on it. And I heard you, Mr. Meetings, I've spoken offline, we've been back and forth. I know today he came with some suggestions, but those came today. And I am willing to make those amendments. Now, colleagues, I know we as leaders have to lead and we have to lead from the front. And with inflation, a lot of things are going on. And the GRS is one system, and I know Mr. Dawson testified here earlier. It's one system we don't want to play with. And the best we could do to shore it up and make things a reality and make things happen for the system, it's a go. I heard a colleague talk about 70-30. But let me tell you the flip side to that the GRS don't have. The 2 hospitals are being rebuilt from scratch. The GRS don't have that. Billions of dollars, millions of dollars allotted to those 2 healthcare systems. Hands down, I am one for rebuilding our healthcare facilities in the Virgin Islands. Don't get me wrong. But I'm also for securing life and sustaining our people here who depend currently on Does this include a hotel or any net proceeds, anything? They said, yes, this is all you have to change. Dawson, I hear you loud and clear. To make it more viable and more secure, the changes. Colleagues, I ask us to move this forward, and rules, I will definitely make these changes. And that's it for me today. Thank you very much. Thanking you in advance for your support of this bill, or however it goes. But I do think this is a right step for us as leaders to move forward to securing our government employees' retirement system. And colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis.
Point of
Again,
information.
I have some concerns. I mean, as the chair of Budget Appropriations and Finance, I believe that I am inclined to support a percentage share in this measure. We have some critical needs, infrastructure, maintenance. We have our hospital that you just mentioned, sponsor that also need to ensure that we have funding. We have provided a lifeline to the GRS, and we continue to support providing some additional funding to them. But there's a lot of needs in this government across the board, and I could see where I could support a cost share. I believe that tier one, and when tier one will perhaps be addressed by that time. Correct? Well, when will you believe that tier one will be addressed during the longevity of this payout?
Is based just on demographics, a point at which tier one and tier two are going to invert, where you're going to have more tier two retirees than tier one retirees.
What's the projection on that?
That based on our census in another 20 years or so. We're already seeing where tier one, if I were to show you a bar chart, it was almost imperceptible, tier two rather, was almost imperceptible in terms of the number of tier two retirees that we had. But every year, based on the census studies that we have, it's increasing, but it's still a ways off. But that is the point at which the able to get juiced, because tier two retirees are less costly than tier one retirees. So
can you share with the community the various tiers?
Well, we only have two tiers, tier one
and tier two. For the benefit of the community, can you what determines tier one? What determines tier two?
Basically, the year 2005, if you joined the, I think it's, or is
anything
it
prior to prior to 2004
is tier one,
yes,
and
2005
is tier two.
Yes, will be tier two. Yes. So, a point of information, Senator Frederick. I'm sorry, I know you asked for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For clarification, Administrator Dawson, can you tell us what the disability payments that we were talking about, or the classification, is that separate than the regular annuity payments that's made to a government employee?
Yes.
It's in addition to the normal annuity payments?
No, it's not in addition to. It's instead. Instead of.
Instead of. So,
right.
Okay, so you don't have to wait as long because now you're disabled.
No. You
qualify.
conceivably can't work until retirement. That's why you're being deemed disabled, and you're getting a disability annuity
At a discounted amount, usually.
I'm not sure I would call it a discounted amount.
It's not. So had they stayed being disabled, it would be the same payout?
It would be comparable.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's actually a little bit higher, because then you'll be eligible for 75% under disability, correct? 75% of your pay at that time. There's instances where an individual may just stand for 60, 70%, but the if for disability is 75%. Just to answer you. Please recognize the mic of Senator Frederick.
Yeah, just for clarity, so the public understands, it is disability and the normal annuity payment.
It varies because a normal annuity would be based on your years of service. So if you have 10 years of service versus if you have 30 years of service, your annuity is going to be different. So it varies. But then you
became disabled, and then you're eligible for earlier payout, but at a reduced rate.
Once again,
75%.
it would be based, it's almost a case-by-case basis based on your demographic. You had worked with the government, and whether you would, have a full 65,000, which is a max retirement annuity, or if you had worked for just 10 years and you're at a lesser amount as a result of that. So you can't just say blanket across the board that it would be more or less. It really would vary.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
I think the
Point
point
of information.
we're coming to you, Senator. I think the point that we're trying to make is that you could get up to 75% with disability versus the years of service. You could earn up to 75% of your pay at that time with disability versus just doing the years of service because you're being deemed disabled. You could get up to 75%.
And in some cases, that would be more than if you had just had a natural retirement.
Correct. Right. Yes. So that's why I just wanted to clarify for him that it could be higher. It could be higher.
Right.
A point of information, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you recognize?
Thank you. I just wanted to put on the record that my attempt to clean up this section of the code has nothing to do with potentially penalizing anyone that is legitimately disabled. Even the code spoke to individuals attempting to get gainful employment. That's something different if somebody just tries to do something and pick up an extra $200 on the side. We're not talking about that. Legitimately go out and have other full-time jobs that are collecting another full salary, and there's no way in our code currently to have any type of major mechanism to really monitor this, because you really can't test them after the specific age that we set in there. Based on my discussions with GRS, they realize how the code was set up. It does need to be cleaned up. And I think because of our conversations, they know my intention was not to go after just disabled individuals. This might never even touch 180 plus of the individuals. But as legislatures, we have to create laws to protect the system as well. And if we have to clean up the code now so that somebody in the future doesn't do craziness like this and try to get away with it, it has to be in the code. So whether my legislation says cut it off, cut the employment, the intention was always to include the amendments as discussed between me and GRS, which will be forthcoming. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. At this time, we allow for the administration to give his closing. 30 seconds or a minute if it's needed. You could give your closing. I'll come to Ms. Attorney Reimer as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciated being here before the budget, appropriations, and finance. I found the exchange and the questions to be very good. I'd like to thank both Senator Alma Francis Heidegger and Senator Avery Lewis for their interest in the GERS in their own respective ways. Senator Francis Heidegger, with regards to ensuring that the system is not abused potentially by individuals that have been deemed totally and permanently disabled, but subsequently had recovery to the point where they should no longer be receiving a full disability annuity, and to Senator Lewis for really out-of-the-box, very creative thinking in terms of utilizing the proceeds of a hotel sale under the Hotel Development Act within the Public Finance Authority. We definitely appreciate that. We also appreciate the fact that you're willing to amend your proposed bill with regards to envisioning scenarios in which there are not only sales of the property, but if there were to be an outright unencumbered transfer of the property to the government, and that you would substitute the government of the government employees retirement system for the government of the Virgin Islands. And then too, of course, I heard the general concern about the government of the Virgin Islands, and perhaps they'd like to get in on that action if there were to be a transfer or a sale of the property. I understand that as well, because of course I've also been with the central government and I understand the concerns of the central government. Whatever comes out of this, we certainly appreciate it. If we were to get, a portion of the proceeds, or if the property were to be transferred to us at the culmination of the repayment of the bonds, that would be more than we had been anticipating a month ago. So we certainly appreciate that. But we have not forgotten the fact that we have a $3.4 billion unfunded liability. We have not forgotten the fact that we did ask for a 3% employer increase in the contribution rate. We have not forgotten that even though we've gotten the 13.25 permanent increase to the rum excise tax, that due to the reduced consumption of rum and spirits generally in the United States, that we are now behind in our collections on the cover over by some $112 million. That is very significant for the GERS, and that would explain, Senator Frederick, why we are saying that we now will be facing illiquidity in 2033 as opposed to previously being 2035, 2036. And 2033 is not a long horizon. That is 6 years from today. And even though I commend this legislature for the action that is taken, and the administration, frankly, for the action that is taken to assist the GERS and place it in a much better position than it had been previously, we cannot rest on our laurels. The GERS and its 9,000 annuitants is probably, behind tourism, the most important pillar of the economy of the government of the Virgin Islands. Okay, so thank you very much for your attention here today, and we look forward to positive action on both fronts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Administrator and CEO Dawson Jr. for your comments there, and I fully understand what you're saying, and of course, shots fired, and I understand that as well.
I don't shoot at police.
But certainly we understand what you're saying in terms of what needs to be done. I wanted to give you an opportunity. I know that I saw some recent release of information in respect to the GRS loans that you have reopened the loans, and again, if you could just time to we're the most watched station, Legit TV. If you could just take this opportunity, because most of our retirees, that's what they do, watching what's going on here at the and government employees, what's happening here at the legislature. So if you could just want to update them a little bit in terms of the loans.
Certainly. So we had a first tranche of the limited loan program for active employees in 2024. There was an allotment of $20 million, $10 million per district, and that portfolio has performed very well. We have being repaid, for the most part, on schedule by our employees. And I have recommended to the board, and they did approve in the last board meeting, second tranche of the active loan program. We will be opening the portal for expressions of interest the beginning of next month, and you'll be able to schedule an appointment for your loan application through the months of June and July. Once again, it'll be $10 million per district. We know that it's a much appreciated program by our members, and frankly, it's a good investment, I believe, for the GERS. With all the craziness that's happening in the world now, we just last evening had an investment committee meeting where we heard from our investment advisor. It's a roller coaster in terms of returns on our portfolio because of all the geopolitical actions and tensions that there are. So to be able to get an 8% return on our loan portfolio actually looks fairly attractive. It's not the 20% that we were earning a couple of years ago in the markets, but then again, nobody's earning that at least. So this is really a good program, and I think a good a good outreach to our community, and it helps the community economically. If you stop to think that there's probably a multiplier factor of about 3, and most of the money is spent locally, you're looking at a $60 million positive impact to our community, and it comes in right in time for summer vacation, and we look forward to servicing our members.
And please extend our kudos to the loan administrators, rank and file. That's really up and everything else. I mean, from all accounts and reporting, it's really a process, and it's quick, fast, and easy to do. And we truly appreciate the work that they're doing there to make that
Absolutely,
happen.
I'll shout out our territorial loan director, who is resident right here in St. Croix, our deputy administrator, Miss Michelle Nico. And they're doing this in the midst of our having a major migration of our pension benefit system that's ongoing. So happening in the right direction in the GERS. So thank you for your support and for this opportunity.
You're welcome. Senator Blyden, point of information before we go. Reimer?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask you, you spoke about our portfolio and what's going on right now in the space with predictability. But I know we did pass several years ago, just in terms of what type of, I know we deal with stocks and bonds mostly for the GRS, but we did have some markets, etc., or other. And I know as of late, some stocks are predictable with the president and what been going on. Have we dived into that space, and are we seeing any return on a larger level in that space?
Which space specifically, Senator?
In terms of what the stock market, basically, and what some individuals say is going to happen, it happens, and many individuals who I know are investing, are getting a large return on their investments. Do we double in that market in terms of our foreign investments?
In terms of international investments, we do have a modest position in international markets. In terms of alternative investments, we do have a small balance in you could alternative investment as a private equity situation that is amortizing as agreed, but we're not actively pursuing alternative investments at this time.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. At this time, we'll hear from Attorney Reimer and closing. 30 seconds.
Okay. Good day, Senator Francis and committee members. Say thank you for inviting the PF to be part of this discussion on Bill number 360338. We feel that the bill, whether in its present format or with the suggested changes by Administrator Dawson, would be definitely beneficial to the GRS, and we just stand in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, this concludes Block 2. We'll take a recess and then come back and vote on this measure. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 10 minutes.
The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is out of recess. Do I hear a motion? Senator DeGraff, recognize your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Bill number 36-0122, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, Section 711, and Chapter 28A, Section 760, by requiring the government employees retirement system to discontinue making disability retirement annuity payments to a member who resumes any employment, be held in the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance until the call of the chair. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator DeGraff, seconded by Senator Maurice C. James, Senator Hubert Frederick, and Senator Marvin Blyden. Hearing no objection, roll call. Senator Fonseca. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay.
Yay.
Senator Nova.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, yay. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vele, Senator Vele, absent. Mr. Chair, 6 yay, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0122, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 27, Section 711, and Chapter 28A, Section 760, by requiring the government employees retirement system to discontinue making disability retirement annuity payments to a member who resumed any employment has been held in Appropriations and Finance at the call of the chair. Do I hear a motion? Senator Blyden, you recognize your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, move Bill number 36-0238, an act amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, to redirect hotel development net bond proceeds to the government employees retirement system of the Virgin Islands, be voted on favorably in this committee, the Committee of Rules, the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, and be forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further amendment and action. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator and seconded by Senator Maurice C. James. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Fonseca, yay. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vele. Senator Vele, yay. Mr. Chair, 7 yeas.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-0238, an act amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, to redirect hotel development net bond proceeds to the government employees retirement system of the Virgin Islands, has been approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, and will be sent forward to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and vetting. Madam Clerk, please also recognize the presence of Senator Kurt Vele at this time, committee member. Personal privilege, Senator Avery Lewis, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you today and the members of this committee as it pertains to Bill number 36-0238 for seeing the foresight and going along with me today with this measure. You look at us every day and don't understand, the magnitude of work that goes into these things. And I want to publicly say thank you to you all today for this measure and vote upon it. Now, I was 100% giving everything to the GRS, but upon negotiation and good faith, I keep my word. We'll make an amendment. 75% will go to the GRS and to the government of the Virgin Islands. We're going to tie it to healthcare, to our healthcare facilities, right? That's the amendment. I'm working on it immediately. And I thank you all very much. And this is a step in the right direction to securing efficiency of our GRS. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis. Madam Clerk, please also recognize the presence of our Senate President, Senator Milton Potter. And please read the block number 2 into the record. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you recognize for your point of. Senator Francis Heidegger.
All righty. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say thank you so much to my colleagues for the discussion that we had today. This piece of legislation has to do with protections. If you are a disabled individual and you have already gone through the process, this will never affect you. It will never affect anyone that falls in the category if they're just picking up, you know, side things to do. But this is in regards to individuals that knowingly and deliberately get a specific diagnosis later on, and going out and potentially getting full-time jobs and collecting 2 completely dual incomes. So we're just trying to clean. There's nothing wrong in trying to attempt to put in a tier system, as I had discussed with GRS, because that's something I think we honestly need here when it comes to this as well. So look forward to my amendments, and hopefully we'll get this to the next level after. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. Madam Clerk, at this time, please call up the item in block number 2.
Block 2, Bill number 360257, an act transferring the eastern portion of parcel number 2C, Estate Ross, 8 New Quarter, St. Thomas, from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to the Virgin Islands Department of Education for the use by the Charlotte Amalie High School, sponsored by Senator Avery L. Lewis. Invited testifiers: Honorable Dion Wells Hendrickson, ED, Commissioner, VI Department of Education. Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement. Ms. Adrian Williams Octalin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery. Mr. Eugene Jones, Executive Director, VI Housing Finance Authority. Bill number 36-0275, an act approving the amended lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Hearts Inc. Service Association, Inc. for the lease of parcel number 175C, Estate Anna's Retreat, number 1, New Quarter, St. Thomas, for the purpose of providing eligible program services to the homeless families, individuals, veterans, and at-risk youth, and the operation of a soup kitchen and other related purposes, sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter by request of the Governor. Invited testifiers: Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, VI Department of Property and Procurement; Reverend Dr. Henry, President, Hearts Inc. Service Association, Inc.; Ms. Beverly Stevens Samuel, Executive Director, Hearts Inc. Service Association, Inc. This concludes the of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. At this time, we'll go to the testifiers table as well as virtually to recognize our testifiers, and we'll begin in the St. Thomas District. Those in the chambers in the St. Thomas District. Assistant Commissioner Vince Richards.
Good afternoon, Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Beverly Stevens Samuel, Executive Director of Hearts and Service Association.
Good afternoon, Joseph Henry, President of Hearts and Service Association, Inc.
Very well. Good afternoon. Welcome. This time we'll go virtually. Commissioner Deanne Wells-Hendrington.
Hi, good afternoon. Dr. Deanne Wells-Hendrington, Commissioner for the Virgin Islands Department of Education.
We have someone else.
Good afternoon, Shaniel Callwood, architect for VIDE.
Good afternoon, loud and clear. Just remind those virtually, if you're not speaking at the time, please mute your mic as to not to interrupt today's proceedings. And we'll recognize bill sponsor for bill number 36-0257. Who speaks to this bill?
That would be me, Mr. Chairman.
Who's me?
Senator Avery Lewis.
Senator Avery Lewis, you recognize for presentation on bill number 36-0257.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Senator Avery L. Lewis. And I came here this afternoon to talk about bill number 36-0257. Mr. Chairman, colleagues, listening and viewing audience, thank you all for being here today and for your continued service to the people of the Virgin Islands. Colleagues, the measure before us today speaks to a broader question: how we prioritize the use of public land in a way that best serves our people. At its core, this bill is about education. It is about ensuring that the Charlotte Amalie High School has the space, stability, and long-term capacity as it needs to serve our students, not just today, but for generations to come. Education is already taking place on this property. Education already exists on this property. They have 2 buildings where the Mr. Tadman classroom is, where the arts department is. I think some foreign languages down there already. This is not a new idea. It is an existing reality that now requires the room to grow and be properly developed. This morning, most of us visited the groundbreaking ceremony of the Carib Central High School. And you know one thing that was really important to know is that while construction is going on, instruction will not be interrupted because Central has land space. You know what Charlotte Amalie don't have? Space. Room. Land space. You know what we do in Charlotte Amalie? We take away the track and we put classrooms. We deprive our children of being competitive athletes. I want to remove those barriers. Putting this land there will give them space for hold-on yard, expand parking, expand education. It will do many things. If we want our children and our educators to be in an environment that puts education on the cutting edge, this is the step for our colleagues. A lease agreement, while useful, does not provide permanence required for major educational infrastructure. The education must be able to plan, build and expand with certainty, and that requires control of the land. To ensure that the bill aligns with statutory requirements, I will be offering an amendment, because I made a boo-boo. I was deeding the land directly to the Department of Education, and you can't do that. It has to go to the Property and Procurement, and I have the amendment right there. And they will to Department of Education by way of Charlotte Amalie for the intended purpose. This amendment clarified that the property will be transferred to the Department of Property and Procurement for the use and benefit of the Department of Education while preserving the intent that it supports the expansion and long-term Mali High School. Additionally, I want to note that the Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery and the Department of Property and Procurement has expressed support for this measure, recognizing the importance and securing and properly citing critical public infrastructure as we continue rebuilding stronger. Colleagues, this is about making a deliberate investment in our students, our educators, and the future of the Virgin Islands. I look forward for the discussion here today. And before I close, I just have to say this here. Charlotte Amali demands A, B, and C. And just to get an easement from HFA for the contractors to get into the land, they're still in negotiations now. It's just that they had to take the bold step and they couldn't wait no more because the federal dollars were in jeopardy. That I know for a fact. So if we could utilize this property, for the intended purpose, to expand the school. Auditor's report, correct, they didn't see anything in the bill who's surveying. No allocation for that. Department of Property and Procurement has funding already for that. I did not have to legislate that. And they're willing to testify about that here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, colleagues. I ask for your support in this.
Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis, for a presentation on Bill number 36-0257. At this time, we'll go to the testifiers on that particular measure, and then we'll come back and we get the bill sponsor for the next bill to put that information on the record. At this time, Commissioner Deanne Wells-Hendrickson, you're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Vice Chair Marvin A. Blyden, other members of the committee, Senator Kurt A. Viale, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Hubert L. Fredericks, and Senator Mary C. James, and other members of the 36th legislature, listening and viewing audience. My name is Dr. Deanne Wells-Hendrickson, Commissioner for the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill number 36-0257, an act transferring the eastern portion of parcel number 2C, Estate Ross 8, New Quarter, St. Thomas, from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to the Virgin Islands Department of Education for use by Charlotte Amalia High School. With me this afternoon is Ms. Chanel Cowwood, architect for the Virgin Islands Department of Education, VIDE, and others are on standby should additional clarity. We thank this body for your continued commitment to the department and to the children of the Virgin Islands. The legislature has been with VIDE on the journey to rebuild our schools since 2019, when a new school construction advisory board submitted the first draft of the industry standards and began working on the facility master plan, the way through attaining the FEMA award of $3.5 billion for the new school construction and modernization. We are changing the footprint of public education as we know it by improving our learning spaces for our facilities, staff, and students. And today, many of you participated in another groundbreaking event at the VIDE for the new St. Croix Central High School. The Virgin Islands Department of Education officials met with Executive Director Eugene Jones and his staff at the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority over a year ago to ask for easement to utilize the said property for the demolition of buildings A, B, and C at Charlotte Amalia High School. At that meeting, it was determined that the IHFA would not allow VIDE to use the property without a cost, which seemed very insincere on the part of the authority, being that we have an agreement in place where they utilize our property for free. Nonetheless, the VIDE was placed in a predicament that left us without any choice but to engage in a lease agreement. After back and forth negotiations, we entered into a lease agreement in the amount of $25,000 per year. However, with negotiations, the new monthly rent will be $6,534 for an annual amount now of $78,408 for year. Unlike all the other high schools in the territory, CAHS is landlocked. The project needs VIHFA land to the west of the CAHS campus, the location of the former Jefferson Annex School, as a laydown. Transfer of the land to VIDE would allow VIDE to avoid the cost of leasing the land and leave more funds available. After the new school has been built, the land will be used for additional parking to provide an additional means of egress from the site through the signalized intersection on Alton A. Adams Senior Drive. As an alternative, the department attempted to acquire the Cinema One property on the east side of Charlotte High School. However, the lease that VIDE had on the property ended without acquisition. Therefore, the VIDE is our only remaining option to obtain a laydown area. Collectively, we've embarked on an unprecedented campaign to rebuild the territory's public school campus to the industry standards of quality, on time, and within budget. The FEMA grant is a capped grant. This means that although inflation occurs, the $3.5 billion will not be increased. This means that the longer we wait, the more it costs. Stated another way, the longer we take to build, the less we will be able to build. Time is of essence. Senators of the 36th legislature, your transfer of Parcel 2C Estate Ross from the VIHFA to VIDE would allow construction of the school to begin now, support more efficient construction of the school, and most importantly, provide breathing room for CAHS to enable the future development of an alternative western entry from the signalized intersection to increase safety. In conclusion, the Virgin Islands Department of Education respectfully urges the favorable consideration and timely approval of Bill number 36.0257 of the parcel number 2C Estate Ross is not merely a matter of land use. It is a critical step toward advancing the reconstruction of the Charlotte Amalia High School, ensuring that our students and educators, faculty as well, and staff have access to a safe, modern, and fully functional learning environment. With limited resources under a capped FEMA grant, the rising construction costs, time is a decisive factor. Your support will eliminate unnecessary expenditures, accelerate project timelines, and enhance safety and accessibility for the school community. We thank you for your continued partnership and unwavering commitment to the children of Virgin Islands, and we stand ready to move forward with urgency upon your approval. Team VIDE remains available to answer any questions or concerns that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Dion Wells-Hendrington. At this time, we'll go to Mr. Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. You're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, Committee Chair Lee Francis Jr., Vice Chair Marvin A. Blyden, committee members, the Honorable Kurt A. Viale, Dwayne M. DeGraff, Ray A. Fonseca, Hubert L. Frederick, and Maurice C. James, any non-committee member present, central and legislative staff, fellow testifiers, visitors present in chamber, and members of the viewing and listening audience. I am Vincent Richards, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement. I appear here today on behalf of Commissioner Lisa M. Alejandro to present testimony in support of Bill number 36.0257, which authorizes a transfer of a portion of parcel number 2C Estate Ross, number 8 New Quarter, St. Thomas, from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to the government of the Virgin Islands. Upon transfer, the property will be assigned to the Virgin Islands Department of Education to support the operation, the ongoing modernization and expansion of Charlotte Amalia High School. By way of background, the subject property was part of a series of land transfers under Act number 6973, enacted in 2007, which authorized the transfer of certain real property from the government of the Virgin Islands, which were used by the then Virgin Islands Department of Housing, Parks, and Recreation for housing-related purposes, to the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority for financing and development of affordable housing purposes. The legislation enabled the authority to lease, develop, and otherwise leverage such properties. A portion of the parcel has historically and continues to be used and utilized by the Charlotte Amalia High School. There are currently 2 single-story masonry structures on the subject property, approximately 800 square feet and 1,600 square feet, respectively. The Department of Property and Procurement is charged with ensuring that public properties are strategically aligned with agency mandates and utilized in a manner that maximizes public benefit. This proposed transfer supports the responsible realignment of the government of the Virgin Islands assets. Assigning this portion of parcel number 2C Estate Ross for use in private application places the property under the jurisdiction of the agency best suited to advance its intended public purpose. This action will ensure the Department of Education, and specifically the Charlotte Amalia School, has adequate land resources to support long-term planning efforts, including current expansion, modernization, and infrastructure enhancements that will strengthen the institution's capacity to serve future generations. This measure reflects sound principles of asset management and underscore the government's continued commitment to invest in its educational infrastructure. Proper alignment and utilization of the government-owned properties ensures the public resources are preserved and leveraged for the direct benefit of the community. If approved, the land transfer will enable the Virgin Islands Department of Education to better implement its plan for expansion and operational enhancement at Charlotte Amalia High School. It will also contribute to the development of the United States Virgin Islands to support long-term strengthening of its public education system. See the department's responsibility as custodian of government-owned real estate and the provisions in Title 3 Virgin Islands Codes, Section 218, and Title 31 VI Code, Section 201A. The department recommends that the bill be amended to authorize the transfer of the property to the government of Virgin Islands, acting through its Department of Property for the benefit of the Department of Education in all material respects. We stand ready to assist with the proposed amendment if necessary. Accordingly, on behalf of Commissioner Lisa M. Alejandro, I respectfully request full support for the passage of Bill number 36-0257 with the department's proposed amendment, and urges the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance, and ultimately the full body of the legislature to approve this measure. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony. I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have regarding the proposed land transfer. I also have a slideshow, Senator Francis, and the committee, if you would so permit.
You may proceed with the slideshow at this time, Assistant Commissioner Richards.
Thank you, Senator. Up on the screen is basically highlighted in yellow is the in question, and to the left of the highlighted area, there's a housing. To the right of the highlighted area is the Charlotte Amalia School property. The subject parcel is bifurcated or divided by a road, access road that leads from the stoplight up to a higher elevation on the through the subject parcel to other parcels. What's being proposed by the bill is to utilize the eastern portion of the greater parcel and create a subparcel. On the parcel, highlighted by what you see now is two buildings that are currently in use by the Department of Education. In this photograph is a photograph of the lower portion of the parcel that's flat, usable. This is a photograph of one of the buildings that's being utilized by the Department of Education currently. Another photograph from a different angle. Another photograph of both of the buildings that's being utilized by the Department of Education. So once again, this is a portion of the larger parcel that proposed. In this slide, you can see the larger parcel to the right or to the west, to the east, I'm sorry. That's where sits the entire campus of Shalamalia High School, and then to the left delineates the portion that is being proposed to be transferred to the Department of Education, for the Department of Education's use. So it gives you a bird's eye view, and to understand how it will how it will work more efficiently. That's the end of the slideshow. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Richard. Just real quickly, in regards to the photo that was up there, I see portion of the clearing. Actually, that photo, there's portion of that clearing government land. Have we identified exactly the portion that will be utilized, one in the lease, and that is covered under the government structure?
Senator, can you restate your question? I apologize.
On the first, if the media could go back to the first photo.
I'm trying to advance it back, Senator. Give me 1 second. Bear with me.
This one right here.
Yes, Senator.
See the clearing on that parcel there that is actually part of the government parcels or HFA's parcel?
Clearing to the top?
Yes.
That is part of the that is or maybe part of the larger parcel.
That is government owned land, correct? HFA owned land?
Well, Senator, let me go back. Let me go back one more slide. So I try to be very careful when I utilize MapGeo to state exactly where the meets and bounds are, because it's a little tricky.
Okay.
But to the top, the general impression is that parcel number 2C that's in question, it's outlined in this exhibit more or less. Where the actually meets and bounds are, what's going on to the top of the property, I honestly cannot answer. I mean, that will have to be. I'll give you, I will say that. Well, I'll say that the Department of Property and Procurement proactively has a surveyor to go out and survey the property at this given time. But nonetheless, no matter what's going on, the upper left-hand corner of the larger parcel, what the GVI is interested in, it's totally undisturbed in this photograph and in this exhibit. So That I could testify to you.
Very well. Thank you. We just want to make sure that there's no unnecessary encroachment that will impact the so. If you're aware of it and you're working towards ensuring that the surveyor will have the definitive land identified, so be it, and we'll, I guess, address that situation when it comes to the specificity of the matter. At this time, testimony to be read into the record, and I'll go to the Madam Clerk to go ahead and read those two testimony records. Madam Clerk, with the reading of the correspondence.
Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery, April 15, 2006. The Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Chairman, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, 3022 Estate, Golden Rock, Christenstead, United States Virgin Islands, 00820. Dear Senator Francis, I am receipt of the invitation to provide testimony at the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance hearing regarding Bill number 36-0257, an act transferring the eastern portion of parcel number 2C, Estate Ross, 8 New Quarter, St. Thomas, from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to the Virgin Islands Department of Education for use by the Charlotte School, CAHS. Unfortunately, due to previous commitments, I regret to inform you that I will not be able to attend the hearing scheduled for Tuesday, April 21st, 2026 at 12 p.m. in the Fritz E. Lowitz Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix. Nevertheless, the Virgin Islands Office of Disaster Recovery fully endorses Bill number 36-0257. Charlotte Mali High School is one of the most historic educational institutions in the territory. The school is located in an extremely busy corridor. This is the complexity of construction schedules and heightens the risk of disrupting the surrounding community and active learning environments. The acquisition of this property will provide supplementary swing space to facilitate the reconstruction of the new school. Once construction is complete, the property will be utilized as additional space for learning, parking, and to fulfill other school requirements. Restoring CAHS is a significant and proud chapter in our history and reconstruction efforts. I commend the bill's sponsor, Senator Avery L. Lewis, for his foresight, diligence, and willingness to address issues impacting the reconstruction of our schools and the execution of federally funded projects. I fully recognize the urgency and significance of the matters to be discussed, and am hopeful that this legislation will be looked upon favorably. Respectfully, Adrian L. Williams Octalin, Director. CC Senator Avery L. Lewis of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Testimony, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, presented by Eugene E. Jones, Jr., Executive Director, April 21st, 2026. Good morning. Novell E. Francis, Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, members of the Committee and the listening and viewing audience. I am Eugene E. Jones, Jr., Executive Director at the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, VIA.
I hereby submit this testimony to be read into the record regarding Bill number 36-0257, an act proposing the transfer of the eastern portion of parcel number 2C Estate Ross, number 8 New Quarters, St. Thomas, from VIHFA to the Virgin Islands Department of Education, VIDE, to expand the campus of the Charles Tamale High School. The authority wishes to state clearly that it does not support this bill as presently proposed. VIHFA's position is grounded in both process and substance. First, with respect to process, VIDE currently holds an active lease agreement with the authority for use of a portion of this property and has already remitted first installment payment in the amount of $25,000. This payment reflects not only an executed agreement between the parties, but also a clear reliance on the continued availability of the site under the agreed upon terms. The remaining lease balance of $25,000 is due on January 1st, 2027, further evidence of an ongoing financial obligation tied to the continued use of the property. In addition, VID has since requested an amendment to Agreement T40-529 to increase the size of the leased premises by adding up to 52,272 US square feet for the continued use as a laydown yard to support critical construction and infrastructure activities. The authority favorably considered this amendment and provided a draft lease agreement for their review and execution. At no point during these negotiations or under the existing lease arrangement was the authority informed formally of any intent, need, or strategic plan by VIDE to expand the physical footprint of the Charlotte Tamale High School onto this parcel. The introduction of this legislation, absent any prior notice or coordination with VIHFA, is disingenuous and represents a significant departure from established interagency collaboration practices. It also raises serious concerns regarding transparency, good faith negotiations, and the integrity of ongoing governmental engagements. Second, the parcel in question is not surplus land. It is a strategically positioned asset within VIHFA's portfolio that the authority intends to utilize. Notably, VIHFA has been engaged in active discussions with the Virgin Islands Police Department, VIPD, regarding the potential use of this property as the permanent site for critical law enforcement infrastructure. These discussions are ongoing and reflect a pressing territorial need to strengthen public safety capacity through the establishment of a properly sited and purposeful facility. The proposed transfer, therefore, would not only disrupt existing agreements and active negotiations, including those involving financial consideration already received and future payments due, but would also create potential legal and financial implications associated with an active lease and prospective lease arrangements. Additionally, it would foreclose a viable opportunity to address long-standing public safety priorities. In closing, HFA respectfully urges the committee to consider the broader implications of this bill, including its impact on existing contractual obligations, interagency trust, ongoing negotiations, and the optimal use of limited public land assets. At present, no formal request or justification has been presented to the authority to substantiate the necessity of this transfer for continued operation of the Charles Tamale High School campus. In the absence of that, and given the competing and actively negotiated public uses of the property, the authority cannot support the proposed legislation. Thank you. This ends the correspondence.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk. This time, this rounds out the testimony on this bill, bill number 36-0257. Next, we'll go to the other measure before us, which is bill number 36-0275. Lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands acting through the Commission of Department of Property and Procurement and Hearts and Service Association Inc. for the leasing of parcel number 175C, Estate Anna's Retreat number 1, New Quarter, St. Thomas, for the purpose of providing eligible programs and services to homeless families, individuals, veterans, and on the operation of a soup kitchen and other related purposes. Who speaks to this bill?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Senator Potter, you're on bill number 36-0257.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Special good afternoon to our testifiers in the world today. I'm pleased to introduce bill number 36-0275 by request of the legislation approves an amended lease Hearts in Service Association, Inc. for the use of parcel number 175C, Estate Anna's Retreat, St. Thomas. Property that will serve as a lifeline for some of our most vulnerable neighbors, homeless families, individuals, veterans, and at-risk youth. We speak often about Virgin Islands, about the Virgin Islands we want to build. One where no veteran sleeps on the street, no family goes without shelter, and no child falls through the cracks. This bill puts action behind those words. It provides a stable, formalized home for an organization already doing the hard work of feeding, housing, supporting those in need through its and wraparound services. Approving this lease costs us nothing in no, but a return to our community is immeasurable. I ask each of you to join me in moving this bill forward. Our most vulnerable residents are counting on us. I urge your favorable consideration of this action. I want to thank you, Senator Blyden, for signing on as a sponsor of this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter, for presentation on bill number 36-05. At this time, we'll go to Assistant Commissioner Vince Richards for his testimony.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair Francis and all the other members of the committee. Once again, I'm Vincent Richards. I appear to offer testimony on behalf of Commissioner Lisa M. Alejandro on the amendment number 1 of the lease agreement for Hearts and Service Association Incorporated in the St. Thomas St. John District, which is before the committee for consideration. DPP humbly requests this committee and ultimately the full body's approval of amendment number 1 to the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Hearts and Service, bill number 36-0275. The government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Department of Property and Procurement, is proposing an amendment to the lease agreement with Hearts and Service Association Incorporated to align the terms of the lease agreement with DPP's current leasing structure for nonprofit organizations providing services to the committee. Our policy was this lease agreement predated our policy change, and we only found it necessary and right and just that we adjust this lease agreement to make sure that this project is viable. The lease agreement was signed by the Governor of the Virgin Islands on July 14th, 2021, and ratified by the 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands on December 23rd, 2021 for a period of 15 years with options for renewal, with 2 options to renew for 5 years. This lease agreement is for parcel number 175C, Estate Anna's Retreat, number 1, New Quarter, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, consisting of a 2-story concrete structure on approximately 16,041 U.S. square feet, 368 U.S. acres of land, more or less. The lessee's operations on the premises will provide eligible programs and services to families with children who have become homeless, individuals, veterans, or at-risk youths, and the operation of a soup kitchen. In the event of a natural disaster, the premises will be used by the lessee as emergency shelter, the details of which use will be governed by a separate memorandum of agreement between the parties. The department is adjusting the lessee's terms, including the rental rate, in accordance with the established internal policies for nonprofit corporations. The Department of Property and Procurement and Parts and Service Association Incorporated hereby agree to amend the lease agreement as follows. On paragraph 1.02, use is amended by deleting the words including transition housing in the first sentence of the paragraph. Article 2, paragraph 2.02, options is amended by striking the words at the rent provided for in paragraph 3.03 hereof. Article 3, paragraph 3.01, annual rent is amended by deleting $12,000.00 and replacing it with $1,200 and deleting $1,000.00 and replacing it with $100.00. Article 3, paragraph 3.03, adjustment of rent is amended by deleting the paragraph and all language contained in its entirety. The deleted paragraph will be replaced with reserved. Article 4, paragraph 6.01, limited liability insurance is amended by striking $3 million and replacing it with $1 million. Article 6, paragraph 6.04, fire and extended coverage by lessee is amended by deleting the quote, the commencement date of this lease, close quote, from the second sentence, replacing it with quote, lessee's receipt of its occupancy certificate for the premises, close quote. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony and for your consideration of this amendment. On number 1, I stand ready to answer any questions if you may have regarding the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner Richards, for your testimony. Next, we'll go to Reverend Dr. Joseph McDonald Henry for his testimony. President of Hearts in Service Association, Inc.
The Honorable Senator and all the senators in attendance and those who listen virtually, we appreciate you having us this afternoon to testify on behalf of the association, which has been around for many years. In fact, over 20 years we've been around, feeding and doing other things in the Virgin Islands, and we really appreciate the fact that we can appreciate what we need to do for the homeless, the marginalized in our society, and we are here to ask you to support this lease. We've been around doing a whole lot of stuff. Every Christmas we have feeding in the Emancipation Garden and the distribution. And every year, I think annually, we have Mother's Day banquet to help to support us financially. because that's true that we get our monies to do pay our different bills that we have. We do incur a lot of bills, and we have to find money. And there are people in the community who help us by giving gifts to us, and we appreciate all those people. And of course, without support, and every day, and even before he was born, it cost money. And so money is always a big ado for our organization. It's what make the organization continue. And we really appreciate the fact that we want this list to help us to really support our organization. And as you can see over there in Estate and Retreat, and those who know the old Beatley building, it's been sitting there for a while, and we have spent much money on it, and we haven't really done anything much. But I remember the days when I went to that place and I ministered unto the elderly, and it was always a blessing to show up to these people that love to hear the gospel and love to fellowship with other people. And Hearts in Service been around doing that, supporting the elderly folks to give to them and to support them. We have a heart for those people, and it's always good. The blessed thing about giving to the fortunate is the fact that Jesus support that, and that he despises those who will oppress the poor. If it's two words you find in the scripture that God really condemn is oppressing and oppressing the poor and marginalizing more those who are unfortunately find themselves in the crack, because everybody is not fortunate to have great parents, money, great wealth. We are all poor people, and but we do our best to support activities like this every year, every day. And so we just want to thank the Senate to support activities. If you have noticed that down in Smith Bay, you see some buildings that we just blessed last year in March, and it was well supported. Some of our senators here, you heard their names earlier, and we are really grateful to be able to be supported by people who are in public service who really want to help the people, because that's the purpose of all of you who sit in this legislature, that you want to help. You're there to help. You're there to make laws and other things and make all the necessary agreements and support for people who are less fortunate. And so I really thank all of you who are listening to us this afternoon, and we ask you for your continuous support, both monetarily and even just to pass and say hello at times, and encourage us as we go through these times in our lives. And I just wanted to thank to the 36th legislature this afternoon for having us.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Henry. Next, we'll go to Ms. Beverly Stevens Samuel, Executive Director of Hearts and Service Association, for her testimony.
Good afternoon, Committee Chairman, Honorable Novelle Francis, distinguished members of the 36th Legislature, staff, and the listening and viewing public. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. My name is Beverly Stevens Samuel, and I am the Executive Director for Hearts and Service Association, Inc., HISA. I have been with HISA since February 15, 2026. HISA was founded in 2004 and is a nonprofit 501c3 faith-based organization which is made up of diverse individuals drawn together as a ministry for service. We are answering to God's call to restore lives by reaching and uplifting individuals who are experiencing homelessness, the most vulnerable and poverty-stricken because of economic barriers such as affordable housing and unemployment, mental and traumatic issues. Today, I am a parent of the Finance Committee seeking approval of the revised lease agreement between the Government of the United States Virgin Islands and Hearts and Service Association, Inc., for the former Senior Citizen Center located at 175C Estate Anna's Retreat, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and ultimately the final approval of the full Senate body. I come before you not just with a request, but with a vision rooted in compassion, practicality, and long-term community impact. This vision is to transform an underutilized space into a one-stop centralized outreach center that will serve some of the most vulnerable members of our community, the homeless and low to moderate income individuals. And this center is not just about providing shelter, it's about restoring dignity. It is about creating access to services, to opportunity, and to stability. It is about offering a pathway forward for those who, through circumstance, have found themselves without one. However, before this vision can become reality, there are real and immediate barriers that must be addressed. One of the most pressing is the current lease rate of $1,000 per month. At this early stage, before funding has been fully secured and before renovations can even begin, this cost presents a significant challenge. We respectfully request that the lease be at a rate of $100 a month. This adjustment is a strategic investment that allows us the time and the capacity to secure funding, complete necessary renovation, a sustainable program that will ultimately serve the people of this territory. By granting this request, you are simply not lowering a lease. You are helping to lay the foundation for a resource hub that can reduce homelessness, support working families, and strengthen our community as a whole. Despite the many efforts made over the years to eradicate extreme homelessness, hundreds of families are still sleeping in places not meant for human habitation and are waiting to access crucial emergency housing. As previously testified back on December 31, the purpose for leasing the property is to create a one-stop centralized outreach center, which will allow Hearts and Service Association to have the appropriate and centralized space to operate their daily tasks more productively, collecting and maintaining systems to operate their level data and information, organized planning and reporting. Undertaking such a dignified approach will enable the association to perform and provide services more effectively while working vigorously to complete the ongoing construction of a permanent one-stop transitional facility project, which is located at 173B 88 Anna's Retreat. Just to update you, on March 12, 2025, ESSA had its open house and dedication ceremony to show to invited guests and the general public the 3 units completed so far, and naming the one-stop transitional facility the JMCD Henryville Residence after Joseph McDonald Henry, who is seated here with me today. We thank Senate President Milton Potter, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Carla J. Joseph, and Mr. Krieger, who represented Senator Marvin Blyden's office, for attending. We also thank Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach for attending this ceremony. It truly made a difference. We look forward to seeing each one of you here today in whatever capacity to our next ribbon-cutting ceremony. In addition, the building is perfectly suited for the intended purpose to carry out the training aspect of the program, which is for providing life-changing empowerment skills. And since life skills are not normally taught in a classroom setting, ESSA will structure its learning through informal training workshops incorporated through real-life situations and weekly group activities. The main objective is to build the life skills of the homeless by preparing them to lead productive, self-sufficient, and healthy lives, and most importantly, to support them in their transition to independent and stable living. Few of the programs we intend to offer are, but are not limited to, financial literacy, health and wellness, home economics, employment stability, entrepreneurship, housing access, interpersonal skills, recreation, and cultural literacy. In addition, case management and support services to at-risk youth between the ages of 16 to 24 who are exiting out of foster care system, parenting teens, homeless, other supportive services to at-risk families. Having the centralized outreach center at this particular location guarantees transportation accessibility to the disenfranchised. Further, it would also enable us to establish a soup kitchen with larger space to serve a nutritious meal with love every day to anyone that's hungry. A real meal is more than providing hot food for the marginalized population. We aim to create friendships, build trust, and give the most important thing one can give one, our time. Time caring, as we call it, is something that we all so easily take for granted in our busy day-to-day lives, filled with appointments and friends. But for our friends on the street, the time of day can be the most valuable thing to share with another, and even the one thing that is missed the most. We understand the responsibility you carry as stewards of public resources, and we stand ready to be accountable and committed to delivering measurable impact. It is our hope that you will consider our proposal and allow us the opportunity to serve the homeless and low-moderate population as the association works in collaboration to end extreme homelessness in the Virgin Islands. Today we ask for your partnership. We ask for your support in making this vision possible, not just for us, but for the many individuals and families who will benefit from it. Today, we thank you for your support each year with the local funding through the Department of Human Services. We thank you for your time, your consideration, and your continued service to the people of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Beverly Stephen Samuel, for your testimony. Assistant Commissioner Richards, do you have any photos or slideshow on this one?
No, I don't, Senator. No, I don't. I think our testimony speaks for itself, and the testimonies of the folks. So no. Thank you.
Ms. Samuel, before I open up to my colleagues for a question, have you had any discussion with Mr. Richards or the property and procurement in regards to the rent reduction that you're asking for here?
As far as the rent reduction, the only thing I reached out to Mr. Harris, I believe it was, is the back rent, because we've been paying $1,000 for the past couple of years, and based on the testimony afternoon, I don't know what time that new rent went into effect for nonprofits. Appreciate it if it goes back as far as possible, because we have already paid over $41,000 in rent. So it would be great if that $100 is retroactive.
Very well, the legislative body can't be responsible for negotiating. That has to be done with yourself and property and procurement. All we could do here is ratify the measure up or down. So I'm hoping that as we continue to vet this piece of legislation, that we want to certainly move it along and address this particular issue today. But we can't amend here on the floor. That has to be done between yourself and property and procurement. I guess Department of Justice on the process once again. But we do have some photos. We'll go through the photos at this time, and then we could have a further discussion on that matter. Assistant Commissioner Richards, if you could just narrate.
With Vincent Richards, procurement, it's a two-story, the subject property. On the subject property, there's a two-story masonry structure. It's in significant disrepair. It's looking good now. The grounds are looking good now compared to how it looked previously. There's a lot of spalding, concrete spalding, evident outside and inside the building. We continue to be ready to work with them to make sure that this agreement, as well as their program and their plans, it's a successful program. They have a very good track record, and we'll continue to work with them.
Thank you very much for that. And again, we want to commend the efforts here. I believe that like you say, the track record has been way wide. Some benefit to the community in respect. One of the questions I also have for you, Assistant Commissioner Richards, is in regards to the transitional home proposal that's part of this agreement. Is there any modification to that? Is that allowable under this current lease agreement?
Senator, the transition homes, I mean, there were some deletions and additions and subtractions from the lease agreement. We adjusted according to the lessee's request. So it says in Article 1.02, use is amended by deleting including transitional housing. That was a request by the lessee.
I don't think.
Say something, Ms. Samuel?
I'm new in the position, but I'm not aware that we requested that, because that is the intent for us to house the homeless.
Right.
Drive around the island and we see more and more homeless people, so that was our original intent.
That's what I thought.
And
that's why
if
I
it's
asked the question.
removed, it was not removed by our request.
Vincent Richards for Department of Property and Procurement. Our primary contact was Ms. Ruthlyn White. Senator.
Yeah, I know that was the original part of the discussion of the proposal in regards to the transitional home. You're saying that Ms. White had requested that it be removed?
Ms. White was in communication, direct communication with one of our property managers, so.
I can say, as far as that's concerned, I believe there's some kind of zoning issue as far as having transitional housing, and this might not be the setting for that, but we would love to have transitional housing in this location, at that location, and if it's a zoning issue, we can probably look into that at a later date, because we're having the lease reduced.
Vincent Richards for the Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, the department will work with the organization as a property owner to effectuate any necessary or desired rezoning that basically gets the program directed into the path of success. So,
thank you. Point of information, Senator Viola, you recognize?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Then why don't you include it in the lease and state pending zoning than to have to come back and redo a next lease if transitional housing is included? Why don't you do some type of clause, amend the lease that based on zoning it would be allowed, and you could put in the parameters as to how much would be allowed. But what is the zoning of the property?
I don't know what the current zoning is, Senator, in front of me. But it's that I accept your idea. I don't think at this point that we're in any rush, but I accept the idea, and I'll be willing to do whatever is necessary to make sure the program and this agreement works for both parties, for all parties, for the community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. At this time, the chair will open up the floor for a 5-minute round. Senator Marvin Blyden, Vice Chair, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all the testifiers, and thank you for your testimony. Let's just let me go to the first bill, and then I'll go to housing service. Bill number 3. 0257. At first I was against. I am for the intent of the bill, but I was against the bill based on housing authority in terms of the land and what was the land was intended for. But I spoke to the director, Edie Jones, and he said he's going to put it. I think he needs to put it in writing in terms of he's going to just basically give the land to the Department of Education. So I told him he need to put it in writing. So with that being said, I really don't have much more to say about that. But I would, in my opinion, I would like to see any property that the Housing Finance Authority has to stay within the portfolio to address our crisis in terms of homelessness, where Housing Service is trying to fill a gap, and other organizations, and housing in general. That's my disappointment. But nonetheless, I'm not an ED, so I'll move on. In respect to Bill number 6-0275, Heart and Service and the requests, the lease. First of all, Ms. Director Richards, I'm happy to hear you say what you stated on the record this afternoon, because this is like this is not just a lease. You know, this is way more than a lease in my opinion. And Heart and Service, as you said, have proven themselves to do great work. I'm happy to see Beverly, Ms. Samuel, on board. And I look forward to great things from you, service organizations. Let me ask you though, in respect to the lease, and you said you need the rent to go from 1,000 to 100. How long do you paying that amount toward the lease, and also how long is going to take, in your opinion, in terms of you guys in a facility up to par, because there's a lot of work that needs to be done there. I've been there several times in terms of a tour, and you guys have your work cut out for you. And it is important that the rent is reduced, because there's a lot of investment that need to go into that building, but the investment is nothing compared to the output it's going to get in terms of training for individuals, in terms of housing, in terms of life skills, in terms of everything that you plan to do with those individuals. And it's going to be a much more payoff for the community as a whole and for the families as a whole in respect to what the outcome is going to be. So can you tell me two things in terms of funding? Do you need a lease in order to go to the bank and get a loan? That's the first question I have for you.
Yes. Thank you for that question. I'm not sure about the loan. The first month at Hearts and Service, I got so excited because I had gotten an email identifying federal funding, and you might have received an email from me where I wrote to all the senators asking for support, where I applied for like $4 million for the permanent transitional home facility, and I applied for $1.6 million to renovate the Honors Retreat Center. And all that, I was told that these were not for. How that email got to me, I cannot say, but I popped my bubble when I was told that we are no longer eligible for that. And I believe that came from the White House. You know, the funding in the past was available to nonprofits, but this year it's not available. So right now I cannot say with certainty where that.
Okay.
But I am hoping that we, being here at the legislature, that some type of funding can be identified to renovate this building, so we can take those who are on the street, take them off the street, and those who need assistance with their rent, we can identify funding for that also.
I know you stated it's going to be a one-stop center, which is needed. And I believe we appropriated $700,000 to go toward Heart and Service. But I know you need millions based on the work I see that's needed. Have you reached out to, for instance, any other type of organization being creative in terms of assistance from contractors and or other individuals who do that type of work, who can contribute their time and or resources to assist in that endeavor? Have you done that so far?
No.
No?
No. No. Every contractor we use, we have to pay them, everyone. We haven't gotten any support in that area.
So no kind of no kind of in-kind service.
I wanted to just give you an idea of what it costs us thus far to pay rent. In fact, we have paid $41,000 in rent so far, and when it comes to consultant fees for the building, we already got $563.43. So you see what it really costs to, even before you begin, what it costs to get started. And at the time that we live in, nobody seems to want to give their time free. Right now it's $28 per hour for carpenters and masons, and that's a lot of money. So I really pray that we get some people that need their time and their talent and their resources to help us with getting this place ready.
Okay, very well. I have to. My time is being called, but I recommend that a discussion be had with Director Richard in respect to the rent, and I'm sure he's going to work with you because he is part of the community and he understands the need in the community. So again, thank you so much for your response, and thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden, for your line of question. At this time, we'll recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, all of you listening and present. Hearts in Service. The name alone says it all. Reverend Dr. Henry, is Ms. Samuel in a paid position?
No. Okay. I don't get paid. Neither do I look for pay. I give my time, freely.
Right. So is she in a paid position?
Because Samuel gets some. I don't know if you call it pay, but you get some guy.
I get paid.
You call it pay, okay.
Okay. So how do you generate revenue to continue to pay her? Do you have other employees who are paid?
No, we don't.
Everybody.
But we raise money by having our annual Mother's Day function, and we do get local funding through services.
Okay, so there is funding to cover you in your function, your capacity as executive director.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, good. Because I say Hearts in Service provides a service for the people, but a lot of times people don't realize, the people who run in these organizations, the time and everything they put into it, and so if we lose you, then we lose everybody. So that's the issue with me, that we make sure you're comfortable so we could keep everybody going forward. So thank you for that service, and I stand in support of that. This bill, that continue what you're doing. Also, even before I switch off, even in regards to the renovation and building and different things, your grants or whatever don't come through, what alternative you have for raising funds to accomplish getting that facility completed?
All I can do is keep applying for federal funds and reach out to the local senators like yourself to appropriate funding for Hearts in Service.
Okay. That becomes a tough one, but still, we got to make it happen, because again, as a nonprofit, you have to have how you generate revenue, and if it's not federal funds, again, pounding the pavement out there, to keep this dream going. But thank you for it. I'll move on to Bill 36-0257. Well, I'm going to say it right out, straightforward. I'm a chicken hawk for life, and I support the bill 100%. That we go. So I'm asking for the support of my Carib colleagues, my Ray colleagues, because again, we know Charlotte Amalia High School is, like it was mentioned, is landlocked, and property. couple years ago, I asked Housing Finance Authority about getting that property, and they were adamant about no, they're going to keep it, and they're going to do it. The years been done with it. And to hear that Department of Education had to pay money to allow for access to demolish the school, that was atrocious. I didn't even know that until today I found that out. So again, to my colleague, we're going to make this happen. We're going to move forward, get that. And I wonder what impact it would have on the scope of the building because we just did a groundbreaking on the building. The school overall itself, would they expand in buildings or would they expand in parking or whatever? So hopefully we get all of that straightened out. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Just for the record, during the FY 2026 budget, under the miscellaneous, we did provide $100,000 to Hearts in Service under the nonprofit. Yeah, right. Yeah. Additionally, in regards to the school, I think the space they're utilizing for a lay-down yard at this time. However, in the future, once it's completed, then they're utilizing it for additional parking spaces and those type of things. So, Hubert Frederick, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, colleagues. Definitely my office and the wonderful central staff of the legislature. I want to first, Assistant Commissioner, what was the history before with this organization? What was our history in the past in terms of their payment on the lease agreement and the uphold of the property? A.C. Richards?
Vincent Richards for Department of Property and Procurement. The history was serviced the agreement as it was structured previously. Soon thereafter, after executing the agreement, we were approached by principals in the organization, and they expressed their, difficulty with the previous agreement, and we were going to reduce the amount, and subsequently we were going to reduce the amount, and here we are right now. It took us a little while to do it, to get all the documents together to get to here we are today, but we're here and we're going to move forward. I believe there's a request that was made for some kind of consideration. I can't speak to financial or fiscal issues for the department here on the floor right now, but it's reasonable, and we will do what we can do, whatever the law allows us to do to make adjustments. Primarily, let me make it clear, the success of this organization and what they do is part of the mandate of this agreement. There's underpinning on the foundation of this agreement, and we want to support them. We have support them, and we're going to continue to support them. So anything that we can do within the confines of the law, and we will do it. We'll do so. So, okay.
Okay. So, in terms of the lease term, is this 15 years? Good. Well, what consideration was made to reduce the term then, since they're struggling with just making the lease payment?
Senator, let me see here, and let me go back on my testimony. The terms of the lease was adjusted. It was adjusted as they see it, say 15-year lease agreement with 2 additional 5-year options. So it's technically a 25-year lease agreement, Senator.
Yes, they're struggling with their current. They're struggling with the current lease agreement. We're making an abatement to assist them, but we're still holding them for a longer period of time. If they can't afford today, you think they'll be able to make the 25 years?
I think with the adjustment that's being made today, that's being proposed, that's being discussed, I believe that's what they want. I believe that will help.
All right, thanks.
If there's something else, Pardon me for speaking over you, I apologize. If there is something else that's needed or required of us, we're open to consideration, Senator.
Okay, great. Reverend Henry, how you doing, sir? This organization seems to have some financial challenges. You're associated with Bethel Church in capacity.
I'm an associate pastor. I'm an associate pastor at Bethel Missionary Baptist Church.
Okay. And does the church provide
1
sufficient
minute.
support, financial support?
And not members of the church support financially, but as a church, we need finances. You know, but we do whatever we can to help support the activities that they have as often as we can.
So,
I think your contribution, no.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of nonprofits that
30 seconds.
approaching us with the same profile, and I could tell my colleagues they speak very highly of yours, Hearts and Service, but I notice it's the same pattern. We have nonprofit organizations that don't seem to have the financial ability to sustain themselves, and it always falls on the government of the Virgin Islands that don't have the resources to even take care of our primary responsibilities, which are our agencies. We can't even do that. So we need to start signing agreements with, nonprofits that we think that they should be able to carry their own load, because we will not be able to keep nonprofits. I mean, we just can't afford it. Unfortunately, we provide annual subsidies to them, which is awesome, but at some point, we're going to have to figure out how maybe nonprofits need to start consolidating, working closer together. If you have similar products, why not start working together to reduce your overall costs, combine locations, whatever it takes. But coming to the government, coming to the legislature especially, I can tell you, money is a real premium right now for everybody. So I just want you guys to consider it. But keep doing the good work. Community loves you, but financially it's going to be a tough call for us. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Next, we'll recognize Senator Kurt Vielle for point of information.
I wanted to say that in a funny position because they're actually doing what the government is not doing. And the government is supposed to provide all of these services, and sadly the government don't. So you have a lot of nonprofits that are now filling the void, and they're really reducing the amount that we have to spend. So in any way that we're able to assist, we need to, because it's really the government of the Virgin Islands' job to provide transitional housing and programs for the homeless, along with NGOs, but the government of the Virgin Islands has not done a good job in providing the services that is needed in the community. And that's why you have a lot of nonprofits that are trying to fill that void. And those that are actually performing well, we really need to support them, because it's one less issue that the government needs to put in place in reference to programs for the less fortunate. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Vielle. I also want to add to that is that the government can't do everything either. I think that there's opportunity or mechanism by which we have these nonprofits that's able to minimize bureaucracy and be able to get service done to the community. They come up with various programs that they're able to execute on and address some of the gaps within government. But these nonprofits, throughout our community is essential to be able to provide that level of service without having to bureaucratic hoops in some instances. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I'm in support of both of these bills before us. Read statement here which Miss Beverly Samuels mentioned, to transform and utilize space into a one-stop centralized outreach center that will serve some of the most vulnerable members of our community. You're laying the foundation, definitely. And also you have plans for a soup kitchen. So, just to give you an exact location, right? All of the senators know where Elder Schulterbrand mental facility is, the 24-hour facility. Was as soon as you turn off the Weymouth-Rima Highway, before you get to the stoplight, it's that right turn, you go up there. So it's on the same road. It's right there where the government has a 24-hour, 365-day a year. So it's in a good location, because I could imagine it also being utilized to help and assist the residents from Schulterbrand when they come out and stuff like that, So $41,000 now. You've already paid it, or you still owe it?
We have paid it.
You have paid it.
That's from 2023.
Yeah. Okay.
Counting from 2023 to present.
Okay, so I support the $100 a month rent. I wanted to go quickly to Bill 360257. Mr. Richards, I want to ask you, because on page 4 or 5 from the Department of Education, it said the department attempted to acquire the Cinnamon 1 property on the east side of CAHS High School. However, the lease that Education had on the property ended without the acquisition. So my understanding is Education had wanted to that Cinema 1 area, but it didn't go through. Explain to me what the Commissioner of Education is saying here.
Senator, respectfully, I would yield to the Commissioner of Education to answer your question.
Most definitely. Good afternoon, Senator. What I'm saying there is when the opportunity came for us to negotiate for the purchase, the funding was not there at the moment. And so we missed that opportunity. We were trying to use some local funding first, and it did not happen. So by the time the federal funds came into the territory, that owner had already made different plans for that particular site.
Wow, because with the new groundbreaking at the Charlotte Amalia High School, and I support the Chicken Hawks too, that was a real, I wish that you had came and brought that matter before the legislature, because I know the legislature would have definitely found that money, because that's almost the best site for Charlotte Amalia to have as an alternative site. I agree with that. So has the property been sold? I mean, that window has completely closed. Commissioner or Vince, you can answer. Yeah, the Cinema 1 property.
The owner is doing some development there, some projects based on what I see. So it is not an opportunity anymore or an interest anymore for him to sell the property.
1 minute.
Okay. I wanted to dive into it because this is a very important issue. The government was leasing the property, and it was leasing the property. I just want to make sure that was the fact.
Assistant. We did engage in a lease, temporary lease using FEMA funding for temporary work here in the territory. When that transitioned into the phase of permanent work, that is when we were trying to acquire the property. And so, like I said before, Senator, that is not an option today, as the landowner has
30
other
seconds.
plans.
Okay, good. Well, let's go back to Hearts in Service. I definitely support it, and give me your plans now, because you know it's a real rundown, dilapidated building. So the funding that you have for human services is for operations, or can you use operations?
Well, the appropriation each year is only $100,000, so that's for our regular operations, like rental, utilities, insurance, salary, and whatever extra smaller bills that we can pay, we would use that appropriation, but not for renovation.
Okay, well, you know, I have to congratulate you, Ms. Stevens. You know, it's been honored by this 35th legislature as a Virgin Islands hero. We just renamed Ovoni Road from Nada all the way to Bota Boshelta, the Benny Benborn Stevens Drive. And you know, yes, Public Works actually finally put up the sign after about 2 years or so. So congratulations.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca.
Yes. So congratulations and keep up the work, because, you know, I know your father, he was in activities and he was a very community-minded individual. So I can see you following in your father's footsteps. And congratulations on your retirement. I know you also just retired after about a few years with the health department. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you. Blessings.
Thank you very much, Senator Ray Fonseca. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Kurt Viola. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Health and Service, how many paid employees do you currently have?
Right now it's myself and one volunteer in the office, but we do have several other volunteers when we do outreach.
Okay, so the bulk of the positions are volunteer.
Yes.
Okay, all except your position.
Exactly.
Okay, and you're a full-time employee of Health and Service?
I am full-time. I'm actually working harder than I was when I was employed with the Department of Health.
That's a good thing. Hard work has never killed anybody, so that's a good thing. Do you apply for grants? Do you apply for any grants?
I did just less than a month ago. CBDG grants, I applied for 2. One for our permanent transitional facility and one for the multi-purpose one that we are discussing here today.
Okay, because
based on what I was told, the maximum amount is between $25,000 to $30,000.
Okay, it's important that that the nonprofits, along with we know they provide that important service, but it's also important that as much as possible they seek that outside funding, because you do the job that the government should be doing, but we do have limited resources. So do you do a lot of fundraising? What are the mechanisms you have for raising money? Donor letters that goes out?
As mentioned before, we do an annual Mother's Day luncheon. We honor women, mothers in the community, and that is our largest fundraiser.
Okay.
So that's coming up in a couple weeks.
Okay.
And we have reached out to several businesses for ads. So even though they put in their business in our booklet, but it's bringing revenues, lots of revenues to the organization.
But I'm more speaking in reference to directly seeking out donors from some of the more major companies. You know, when you're taking care of the homeless population, etc., you're solving a problem for businesses in downtown, etc., and they should be also contributing monies because of the fact that you're solving some of the issues that they have. So just overall, we need to make sure that the government alone isn't a fail safe, because we have had institution that have come and said, hey, we ran out of money, we need you to give us X amount. But you buy a van for $100,000 and then you don't have nobody to drive the van or utilize the van. So I'm just saying, in terms of making good, conscious decisions moving forward, so we can have a balance, because you guys provide a very important service. Now, Mr. Richards, thank you for working with them. I saw that you dropped the rent from $1,000 month to $100 a month. So that's commendable. The only part I didn't agree with, like I said, was the transitional housing portion, but you have really shown a tremendous effort to work with this organization to make it as reasonable as possible. And $100 a month, that's one donor, $1,200. Just ask somebody pay the rent for the year. $1,200. There are people in this community that are willing to put up money for these type of services to be provided. Now, Mr. Richards, what is the acreage of this estate, Ross and Lukewater property?
Senator, give me 1 second. I'll.
Okay, and Commissioner, Shatamali literally has so many problems because there's just space. So since the hurricane, they have not had a track and field or a football field. The gymnasium is in deplorable condition. I can lose Shatamali perhaps for the next 5 years, correct?
Correct, Senator.
And I've just been thinking about... One second, because I'm going to run out. I'm just thinking, where, in the interim, where can we put up a modular gymnasium for Charlotte Amalie? And this is a perfect spot. So, I mean, can part of this be carved out? This is a modular gymnasium. What was the cost you told me? $2 million?
I don't know what it is today, Senator, and where would that money come from?
Well, we're literally brainstorming, but I believe that I'm saddened that when we did the construction of Charlotte Amalie High School, that wasn't included. That a modular gymnasium should have been constructed out of those federal demolish the gymnasium. And that could be an axe. You know, you're demolishing a gymnasium so the students don't have any place to literally perform. I just saw a picture where the marching band is performing on the road behind of the modular units. You know, there is no place that is unfair. And athletically, Charlotte Amalie has dropped a little bit. You went to the basketball tournaments, etc. They have dropped a bit, and they have dropped a bit because they don't have a facility to practice every single day. So they're competing against schools that have a gym that could practice every afternoon. And they're still performing at a high level. So is there any way that we could request from
30
FEMA
seconds.
the opportunity to put up, if they would be willing to fund a modular unit on that particular property? And then and last thing I'll say is, the monies that we're spending for these schools, like it's $200 million for Arthur Richards. It's probably $200 million plus for Charlotte Amalie. For X amount, they gotta got some teeth in the game. You know, you getting these $100 million contract. How can you contribute back to the school, perhaps for utilizing your resources to put up some type of modular unit, not to put up an outside basketball court with a covering? You know, how can we make sure that the students at Charlotte Amalie athletically would be able to continue to practice and have physical education classes? Go ahead.
So that second statement, Senator, it sounds more doable than an actual sprung gym. I will inquire. Ms. Daniels, Ms. Calwood Daniels is on. Ms. Calwood, I don't know if you have a comment on that, but I would inquire, Senator.
Okay, Ms. Calwood.
Good afternoon, Senator. I will take that to the design build team and see if there's anything that they could recommend. I know in the first phase, they are building 2 high base spaces for CTE, and if one of them could be a temporary gym, then we could ensure that the students have that temporary gym to use. Knock down the existing gym. That's just one thought.
Ms. Daniels,
but what you said about a cupboard, basketball.
Camera is off. Please turn your camera on.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, continue.
I'm sorry.
Continue.
I didn't realize. Yes, so we will take that under consideration to see how we could provide a temporary gym before we knock down the existing.
Well, and I'm asking this body, and we had the conversation with the chair. Not with the chair, I mean with the sponsor of the bill. Before it was a portion of the property. and we're considering now the entire property to be deeded to property and procurement to be utilized by Department of Education. So additional space. So if you get the whole property, how can you look at that property and find an area to put a basketball court with a covering? It don't have to be a modular. It could be similar to what we did at Estate Profiteer, where you have the outside shed. You see them all over Puerto Rico when you drive it. But that the students will have an area where they can partake in physical education activities. Because I'm sure the gym teachers, they utilize the gym as a classroom too. So what are they going to do when the gym is gone? You know, where are you going to find additional classroom space? You know, you have so many issues. So let's see how we can provide some additional space for the school as soon as possible. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Viale, for your line of questioning. Senator Avy Lewis, recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon, my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands and the testifiers. As it pertains to Bill number 36-0275, I think that's a no-brainer for me. Being a former St. Thomas Water Island administrator, anything that could assist with housing for the homeless or the mentally ill, I'm the advocate. I'm the voice of the voiceless. And what I see here happening here today is that leaders are leading and we're taking the bull by the hand and making tough and popular decisions and making it happen. I don't know. Only one thing I really ain't clear about is how we're going to renovate the property. But I guess that's another ask for another day. But if at least to a non-profit organization to put a museum for $1 a year for 100 years. Yeah, thank you, Senator Valley. I could definitely help. What the name? Hearts and Service here Association. I put my in this one. And as it pertains to Bill number 36-0257, the land for Charlotte Amali High School, I think that's a no-brainer. I always say we have to prioritize. And education is key in this community. Paramount. Thus far, I've been to 3 groundbreakings, and I see where we in some transformational days. We put in at the forefront. I have to agree with the Vice Chair for Education. We have deprived the children in some of these schools, all these schools, because they've been behind the I call you the Vice Chair? Sorry, I call you the sorry, the chairman, sorry. I upgrade my own self, sorry about that. Anyhow, I've just seen where we're in some transformational years, and we have been depriving the children. They have battled with 2 hurricanes, they have battled with COVID, they battled with WAPA, they battled with everything. Man, these children tough. You know, we could smile now, but we have shortchanged them in so many different ways. And this is a step forward, no more shortchanging. So I am glad that we are echoing the thoughts about not just a portion, but the whole thing, and deed it over to property and procurement, to the Virgin Islands Department of Education by way of Charlotte Amali High School for its intended purpose. For expansion, for a lay-down yard, and for the improvement in education. Again, before I close, I'd just like to ask Mr. Richards, I know you really don't like to go too low in your pricing because you have your chart or you have it marked out. But I commend you and thank you for your helping with what did it keep saying healthy hearts. Hearts in service. And I thank Mr. Samuel, Dr. Samuel, Reverend Reverend McDonald Henry and Director Samuel for your testimony this afternoon. And again, I ask for your support as we move to transfer parcel number 2 Estate Ross, 8 number 2 Quarter, St. Thomas, from the Virgin Island Housing Finance Authority to the Virgin Island Department of Property and Procurement, Government of Virgin Island Department of Education for Charlotte Amalie High School. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis. Before we go on to the next senator, which will be Senator Potter, the bill sponsor, we'll recognize Senator Kurt Vielle for a point of information.
Mr. Richards, Section 3 of the bill, which is the Department of Property and Procurement, in collaboration with the Department of Public Works and the Department of Education, shall commission a legal survey. Is it necessary to have in the Department of Education, or should that be struck? Because really, Property and Procurement is going to conduct the survey. That's your...
Vincent Richards for... I apologize for speaking over you, Senator. Vincent Richards for the Department of Property and Procurement. Senator, that's a good question. The bill sponsor and our Department have been in communication. We did provide feedback on the legislation as drafted. We did suggest striking that sentence, and we did provide alternative language. Again, preemptively, the Department of Property and Procurement has already reached out and gotten a price from the vendor to survey the property and to start to develop an as-built, as well as a potential parceling of the property as the bill is written. So we have appropriations for that services, and we're going to use it if necessary. So funding is not any additional funding is not necessary.
Okay, so it's, I know you gave a long answer, but I wanted a short answer. Should we strike Department of Education and Department of Public Works and just leave it Property and Procurement? Because you're the entity that does the survey. You ain't doing nothing in collaboration with them. You don't need to hold hands to do a survey.
Short answer is yes, Senator.
Thank you.
It can be struck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Vielle. Next, the chair will recognize Senator Potter for his 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. A special good afternoon to our testifiers who are before us today. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I am fully in support of both bills that are before us today. I want to extend kudos to you, Henry, as well as Executive Director Samuel, for the incredible work that you do to support the most vulnerable among us in this community. You do important work, and that has not gone unnoticed. You fill the gaps that this government has been unable to fully provide. So I want to just thank you for that. But I want to start with you, Ms. Samuel. I wanted to ask you, what is Hearts and Services' current annual operating budget? What are your primary funding sources?
Right now, we have local funding through Human Services for $100,000. We raised funds last year through our Mother's Day luncheon of over $29,000. And I know in the past we received CBDG funding, and that was over it was much more than $30,000. And we were able to utilize that funding to build the 3 units in Smith Bay area. And as far as the budget, is basically fundraisers and the $100,000 that we get through the appropriation from the legislature.
Got you. Thank you for your response. How do you utilize most of your funding? I know you just mentioned that you use the funding for building, I think that last facility that's right there on the
yes,
top.
That was a lot. Okay. That was a big accomplishment.
Yes.
Definitely.
We have some other miscellaneous donors that gave a $5,000 there, and And we really appreciate those people who do that.
Definitely. Now, if funding, I know the major source of funding is Department of Human Services. If funding falls through or is significantly delayed, what sort of contingency plans, how do you function, how do you deal with that? I'm sure you've dealt with funding delay, getting your allotment at a particular time. How do you navigate that process?
Well, it has not happened since I've been here.
Excellent.
And in the past, the former director, I believe, her payment was delayed and she stayed on. And when the funding became available, she was paid. And we haven't had a significant impact as far as it's being delayed because we always have that backup fundraising funds through our Mother's Day function. And like Pastor Henry said, we had private donations. So we have not felt a significant impact. And we hope that won't happen anytime soon.
Excellent. I hope so too. Excellent. Now, as far as the renovations, and this looks like a major initiative that you're embarking on, who will fund and manage the renovations, and does Hearts and Service have a contractor already identified as yet?
I don't think we have a contractor identified, but we do working on our plans.
Okay. Okay. Now, the permanent transitional facility at 173B-A Street is described as still under construction. What is the status of that project? And are there any outstanding liabilities or encumbrances on that property that could affect Hearts and Services' capacity to take on this additional lease?
I think that I think that we meet all our demands with insurance, and I think that we pay attention to the details. I myself go down to the building at times and see what's going on down there, and I think we take necessary steps to do what we have to do to make sure those buildings continue to be supported. Foresee. I mean, in life anything could happen, but I don't foresee a major problem.
Okay.
Time.
Thank you for your response. If I may just finalize, Mr. Chair. This is for Commissioner. Commissioner, you still? Commissioner, you still there with us? Commissioner Hendrickson?
Commissioner Hendrickson, there you go.
Which one?
Come here, Senator. I'm here.
Hi, Commissioner. I wanted to ask you now, you characterize Housing Finance Authority's refusal to grant free easement as insincere, given that Department of Education allows Housing Finance Authority to use its property at no cost. Can you provide details of that reciprocal arrangement? What Department of Education property, and how long has Housing Finance Authority used it?
I'm speaking about the Alfredo Andrews property. I would have to get back to you in terms of the length of time. It's years.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, and this is just a quick question, my final question. The $3.5 billion FEMA grant.
Senator, point of clarification. What did I just say? Andrews, Alfredo Andrews? I'm sorry, Alexander Henderson.
Okay.
Said the wrong school.
I know you have a lot of schools in your head. The $3.5 billion FEMA grant is capped what is the current projected total cost, if you know, of the CAHS reconstruction specifically?
I would have to ask Ms. Coward to answer.
Okay, Ms. Coward.
Good afternoon, Senators. The current contract is $340 million, and there is a change order being negotiated for increases because of the length of time between when the contract was placed out for bid and when it was signed, and then there was an extended delay with FEMA giving the final approval for construction to start. So once that is negotiated, we will have the final figure for CAHS.
Thank you for that, Ms. Calwood. Thank you very much for your flexibility, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Potter, for your line of questions. Real quickly, Ms. Samuel, the Arts and Service is run by what, a board?
We do have a board.
Yeah. Who are the board members?
I can't exactly say exactly. Hold on 1 minute.
And while you're at it, can you speak to the client census? How many clients do you believe you're able to take care of?
As far as the board of directors, we have Pastor Henry. He's the president. We have Miss Ruthlyn White. She's the vice president. We have Casilda Duma. We have Sophia Archibald. She's the board secretary. And we have Warren Hendrickson. He's a sergeant at arms. And we have Valerie Daly. She's a parliamentarian, public relations. And I know that we're working towards having an election, because every 2 years there is an election.
Very well. And what do you believe, or what's the number in terms of your client census that you have?
Last year, when we did our Christmas feast, we had about 225 people that was fed that day. So I would go with that number for now.
And can you speak to some of your, I guess, the synergy with other nonprofit organizations, human services? What are some of your stakeholders that you work along with to be able to be effective at your outreach?
Yes, just last week I was on my first meeting with Continuum of Care, and we have individuals from Catholic Charities, from Lutheran Services, from Salvation Army, and it was discussed about collaboration, and it was a very fruitful conversation and a very fruitful meeting. But one of the things that we have at Hearts in Service that some of them do not have, they do not have a building. And so I think we're in a position where we can do much more once we have this building renovated, and we can collaborate more with them and bring in the individuals that they have and provide the same service that they have to the clients that will be coming to our center.
Okay. And do you have a grant writer, someone that you could, individuals that you could assist with grant writing?
Well, I cannot say we have a grant writer, but I am very familiar with federal grants, and I have individuals I can reach out to in a minute if I need help with writing grants.
Is that something that you're pursuing or looking at in terms of providing some additional funding to support this very, very important venture you're on?
Definitely.
I might add, collaborate with the Bethel Missionary Baptist Church for the Christmas feeding and in both food and clothing. So that's one joint venture we have. We are trying to get other churches involved. in that, to collaborate some more with having a greater outreach to the people of the community. And it would really surprise you if you come to Emancipation Guide and see what people really want, what they pick up, the clothing, the shoes, and all the stuff that they, and of course, great feeding that we do to them. Yeah. But we're reaching out to different churches and different organizations, and we hope that sure this year we'll be able to bring more people into the fold, so to speak, that we work together, because that's important.
How are you documenting your work? You have a profile that you're maintaining on these individuals, the pedigree profile where you're actually able to then document, who you're dealing with, the services you're providing to them, contact individuals, I want to make sure that there is proper documentation of in terms of the work that you're doing, because this will be instrumental as you move forward.
Well, just last year, I was not even on board yet, but I did take a trip to Maryland, and we were told about different systems, and we're trying to get onto one of the systems that will capture all the information that we need to make sure we get a good count and a profile on all the individuals that come towards or to us for assistance.
Very well. Do you have a cost association with the profile system, the database? And is that, do you have an amount?
I don't have a cost for that right now, no.
Okay. All right, very well. Commissioner, we had a good day today. Commissioner Wells, 110, we had a good day today with the groundbreaking of the new rebuilt. Anything that you want to say about it? I did commend the staff, yourself as well as the team at ODR earlier when I opened up the hearing. But anything you want to say about that? As you can see, I wear my Proud Caribs suit today in celebration of that groundbreaking ceremony. Anything you want to say on that?
I just want to say thank you to this body for always supporting BIDE and our various initiatives. Today was a very humbling moment for us, especially when I meet with my students on a monthly basis and I'm telling them, yes, the school is coming, and to finally have the groundbreaking and know that this is going to be a reality for the future generations is very humbling. And so I am looking forward to seeing the progress. I'm looking forward to 2029 when that school is finished, so that our children can step into the facilities, our faculty and staff can be in comfortable spaces to perform the instructional work that they so desperately need to do for our children. And so for me, it's a great day at VIDE. It's one thing after the other, Senator. I mean, we are doing several groundbreakings and they're just coming on the heels of each other. But it's a very good time to actually see the hard work that has taken place in the back coming to light. And I want to publicly thank Shanil Cowwood. I want to thank you as well, some of you in this body who are part of the New Schools work. You were there at the charrettes for Central High, and you had input into the vision moving forward for the department. So I am it, Senator, but it's a great day at VIDE. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. At this time, I think that rounds out the block 2, and we'll take a short recess. Well, let's go to closing. If you do closing remarks at this time, and then we'll just take a short recess, discuss the 2 bills, and then come back and vote on them real quickly. So, Commissioner, we'll come to you for your closing remarks, and then we'll come to St. Thomas.
So again, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on this bill. This much needed support for the rebuilding of the Charlotte Amalia High School. I do concur, Senator Villalay, with your thoughts in terms of providing an which might be more easier at this time to do, so that our children will have the opportunity to actually prepare for the athletic competitions that they are involved in. And, we are excited at VIDE, and thank you for your favorable vote concerning this bill as we move the needle forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. At this time, we'll go to St. Thomas, and we'll hear from...
Well, I really want to say thank you. I really appreciate the energy that you all gave us here this afternoon. And it's certainly encouraging, and it makes us want to do more, to be frank. And I want to thank the attention that we're really looking for, and the appreciation that for the work that we're doing here in St. Thomas, in particular for now. So sometimes we stretch out the whole Virgin Islands. But nevertheless, I thank all of you for your kind remarks and your encouragement. And I do want to say I appreciate this afternoon coming here, spending these hours. You make me feel at home.
Thank you very much, and you're welcome, Dr. Reverend Henry. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Samuel, Director Samuel.
Yes, thank you once again for inviting us to be here this afternoon. I thank the 36th legislature, encouraging the public and everyone to just buy a ticket, come to our Mother's Day function. It's $80 for adults. It's $45 for children under 12. And we're encouraging everyone to come and support Hearts and Service as we work towards homelessness in our territory.
Thank you very much, Samuel, for your closing. At this time, from Assistant Commissioner, Property and Procurement, Vincent Richards.
Senators, thank you on behalf of the Department of Property and Procurement and Commissioner Lisa Alejandro. We appreciate the opportunity to present these two documents before you. Special thanks to Senator Avery Lewis for his vision. Special thanks as well to Hearts and Services for what they do. Coming here and bringing folks before us that are part of the business community is good. It's a good feeling, but it's very heartwarming to find these individuals and these nonprofits that I refer to them as angels, because a lot of the services and the things that they do, people like myself, we don't have the time to do it. Make the effort to touch those who are not as fortunate as us, and it's bringing them here, supporting, listening to them, collaborating with them, allows people like myself to support, do the things that we all too often forget about the individuals that we don't see. So I'd like to thank them as well. We have some further discussions to have internally at the department about some of the issues that was raised here, and I commit to you that I will be discussing them tomorrow with my team and see what we can get done to make their program a success. So other than that, thank you very much, and I humbly ask for your support, and if and when I do get it, we say thank you. Also, thank you to the staff of the Department of Property and Procurement and the members of the property team that work diligently to get these documents before you. So thank you very much, and I look forward to being back down here again real soon with some exciting things that we've got happening in the next couple of months. So thank you very much, and good afternoon or good evening.
Thank you very much, Assistant Commissioner. We appreciate your commitment to work with these various entities to move things forward. Go ahead, Dr. Reverend.
I was saying that I want to thank President Potter for sponsoring the bill for us this afternoon.
Yes. Yeah, you're welcome. Yes. At this time, do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Vielle, you recognize for motion?
Amendment, Mr. Chair.
Amendment, you recognize for your amendment, Senator Vielle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I offer amendment number 36-793 on behalf of Senator Avery Lewis. 0257 is amended as follows. 1. Strike section 1 and 2 insert the following Section 1 and redesignate Section 3 as Section 2. Section 1, technical amendment, strike the eastern portion of the Estate Ross number 8, New Quarter, St. Thomas, is transferred from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement for the exclusive use by the Virgin Islands Department of Education for the development, reconstruction, operation, and expansion of Tamale High School. Technical amendment, strike 2, insert 3. Strike the last sentence in a redesignated Section 2 and insert the following upon completion of the survey. The Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority shall execute a deed conveying the property of the Department of Property and Procurement, which shall record the deed with the recorder of deeds. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Marvin Blyden. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Veely, recognize for your motion.
I move that Bill number 36 as 0257, an act transferring parcel number 2C, Estate Ross and Luquata, St. Thomas, and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to the Virgin Islands Department of Education for use with the Shalzamali High School, as amended, be voted on favorably in this committee and sent to Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Kurt Veely, seconded by Senator Blyden, Senator Hubert Frederick, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Maurice C. James, Senator Fonseca. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yea.
Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novel E. Francis. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, yea. Senator Maurice C. James, Senator James, yea. Senator Kurt A. Veely, Senator Veely, yea. Mr. Chair, 7 yeas.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Number 36-0257, an act transferring the eastern portion of parcel number 2C, Estate Ross, 8 New Quarter, from the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to the Virgin Islands Department of Education for use by the Charlotte Amalie High School, as amended, has been approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance and will be sent to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and vetting. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Blyden, your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, move Bill number 36-0275, an act approving the amended lease agreement between the Government of Virgin Islands, acting Commission of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Hearts and Service Association, Inc., for the leasing of parcel number 175C Estate Anna's Retreat, number 1 New Quarter, St. Thomas, for the purpose of providing eligible programs and services to the homeless families and at-risk youth, and the operation of a soup kitchen and other related purposes be voted on favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Maurice C. James. Hearing no objection, roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yea.
Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Hubert L. Frederick.
Yes.
Senator Frederick, yea. Senator Maurice C. James.
Yes.
Senator James, yea. Senator Kurt A. Veely. Senator Veely, yea. Mr. Chair, 7 yeas.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36-275, an act approving the amended lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Commission of the Department of Property and Procurement, and the Hearts in Service Association, Inc., for the leasing of parcel number 175C, Estate Anna's Retreat number 1, New Quarters, eligible programs and services to homeless families, individuals, veterans, at-risk youth, and the operation of a soup kitchen and other related purposes have been approved by the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance. I'll be sent forward to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further consideration and vetting. I want to thank my colleagues, the committee members as well as non-committee members for their work today. I also want to thank the central staff. Point of personal privilege, Senator Avery Lewis, you recognize.
Again, good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, people of the Virgin Islands. I'd like to say thank you, colleagues, for Bill 36-0275. No, sorry. 36-0257. I'd just like to put this out real quick because recently I've been bombarded, a lot of calls, not bombarded, I wouldn't say. I really appreciate the calls about the issue that's happening in St. Thomas with some pertaining to waste management. Every day I get up, I call waste management about these different areas, Anna's Retreat, St. Thomas, Corwin Terrace, and so forth. I do my due diligence, I go to these areas, but the truth be told, waste management is having some equipment issues. Right now, the pump station down by Cancrine is broken down. They're there replacing it, they're working on it, but when they got back the truck broke down again the very next day. They were doing an assignment at the pump station, the truck broke down. When I called it Thursday, the supervisor and the truck had to leave because of a family emergency. When I called the very next day, his mom died. I really couldn't muster up that day to ask him to go out in the field, to address it. But now, speaking of Director Ware, the community has been patient, and I thank you for being patient. But the truth be told is that now they're trying to engage outside contractors. Money was an issue. It was keeping it up 100%. They had older people, so now they have to find some funding to pay them up front, get back their equipment. My phone keep ringing about these sewage issues, and this is the best I could give. I asked Waste Management, who has a governing board and a director, and a PR team, to come out and let the community know what's going on. So I give you my best answer, and I give you my word, and I'm going to keep checking on it. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the leverage and the flexibility for that.
Thank you very much, Senator Avery Lewis. Again, we want to thank my colleagues for their work today, committee members as well as non-committee members. I want to thank central staff, our post-audit division, our public affairs, certainly our security team, our sergeant at arms, just everyone involved in today's successful part of today's hearing. We appreciate your work. And again, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance of April 21st, 2026 is hereby adjourned. God bless.
Thank you.